Welcome in. Friends who are hanging out on YouTube, nice to see you. My name's Lou. We are going to be doing a little live stream today. Chat is down here on the horizontal stream, right about here on the vertical stream. And we're doing a bunch of meal prep today. We are prepping 4 meals, 9 freezer bags worth of meals. So 3 meals, 3 batches each. And then we're also going to be doing some sloppy joe. So the 3 meals that we're making today are sloppy joe, as I said, from my favorite sloppy joe recipe. We're going to be doing a beef stew with carrots, potatoes, onion, garlic, and then a bunch of herbs, spices, etc. We're going to be doing a chicken and chorizo stew with chicken, chorizo, onion, garlic, again, a bunch of herbs and spices. And then a tikka masala, which is we're not like making the tikka masala sauce myself. We're using a jarred version of the sauce, but that's going to have it's chicken breasts, onion, tomatoes, garlic, and then tikka masala paste in it. And for dinner tonight, I have in my slow cooker behind me here a beef pot roast that has been in there for about 2 hours now. And we're going to pull that out at the end of stream and have that be dinner tonight. So we're going to pull that out at some point between 5 p.m. Eastern. So in about 5 hours, that should be ready. It's been in there for 2 hours already, 7 hours on low. Somewhere between 6 to 8 hours on low is how long that takes. So we're gonna check it at 7 hours, because you know, what's it gonna do? Get more tender? Yes, actually, that is exactly what it will do. First thing we're gonna do is check that we have all of the ingredients that we need, which means going over these recipes one by one and making sure that I have mainly the dry goods over here. And I know that I have the meat for these. That's all in the fridge already. So that's not really, I'm not really worried too much about the meat. So for the, I mean, I'm not worried about it. I'm just not going to get out like 10 pounds of meat and put it on the counter because we're not going to process it just yet. Anyway, we're going to do the sloppy joe first, because that is a standalone cooked dish that gets put in the pot. We brown the meat. We like cook it completely till it's ready to go. And then we're gonna let that cool down a little bit on the stove, and we'll package that into quart containers and freeze that. The rest of this stuff is going into plastic freezer bags. So raw meat, raw vegetables, herbs, spices, all of the like liquid, like everything that, sorry, not the liquid, maybe the liquid, I don't know, we're gonna read the recipe, but all of that is going into freezer bags. We're gonna do 9 freezer bags, about 10 or so cups of sloppy joe. That's 2.5 quarts of sloppy joe. And then obviously our beef roast is kind of working its little magic back here. Everything, the last time I looked at this was you could see through the lid. It looked like didn't look like anything was happening. Now it's completely moist. The underside of the lid is moist, wet, dewy, if you will. It's I made you some content. Yes, content indeed. What other adjectives can I use for wet? Anyway, the liquid has condensed on the underside of the lid and is now, it's like,
Excuse
it's
me,
in that,
Daddy? Sorry.
it's in that virtuous
Daddy?
cycle
Sorry.
of heat.
Daddy? Sorry.
Wonder how. Hello.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy? Bye.
Damn, that sound just goes on forever, every time. Dewy is almost as bad as moisture neurosis. How about sodden? Sopping? Would sopping work? Trying to think of the worst one I can. Moonlit, welcome. Hello. Coffee's done. Let's get started. Okay, for the Sloppy Joes, we're doubling this batch. These are Irish Sloppy Joes. We're doubling it. The fucking joke will never get old. I can't make that joke without laughing before I finish the punchline. Let's try it again. These are Irish Sloppy Joes. We're doubling it. I did good that time. Clammy. No. Get out. Get out. Whoa. Sopping. Sopping? Whoa. And banned. Removed from the broadcast. Olive oil. We have that. Got plenty of that. I'm not worried. Lean ground beef. I don't know if it's lean or not. I asked for ground beef. They gave it to me. I was at the butcher. I didn't ask what the percentage was, what the ratio was. 1 yellow onion, finely chopped. A half medium bell pepper, finely chopped. 2 cloves of garlic, chili powder, paprika, salt. 1 15-ounce can of tomato sauce. So we're going to do 30-ounce can, 28.5-ounce can of tomato sauce. 2 tablespoons of tomato paste, 2 tablespoons of brown sugar, a tablespoon of Dijon mustard. Okay, so we have onions and we have pepper that we need to chop and garlic. So let's get those done. We're gonna read, hey, Cyber, welcome in. Soggy, Moonlit says. Whoa. We're thinking of adjectives for wet. So congrats on your 300th check-in. It's a lot of check-ins. Have some confetti. Ready? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday, Junior. Happy Friday, Junior to anybody, everybody, to all. And happy Friday, Junior, all. I love confetti too. I don't love confetti when it is in like a card. Sweaty, no, we haven't said sweaty yet. Sweaty. Yeah, the meat is, my meat is sweating back here. Don't look, TOS. Brown the beef. Okay, so pause. I said we were checking ingredients. I need to make sure I have this bell pepper in here. I know that I have the beef because it's right here. This is the beef. This is the ground beef. Muggy. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one because muggy has the connotation of being outdoors, which is always exciting. Okay. Recipe calls for sweaty meat. I know. I was like putting this over on the counter over there for some terrible reason. Why? We need an onion. So we need 1 yellow onion. Hold on. Hat time. Whoa, my fly just got caught on my counter. That was awkward. All right, time to get into this bag of onions here. Yellow onion. I'm 1 medium yellow onion. I would say that's a small yellow onion. But I don't have any more yellow onions. So I think we're just gonna go with 2. Could have turned into OF real fast. Oh yeah. Listen. We're back on our regular posting schedule. Watch out now. I enjoy outdoor activities too. Me too. Like hiking and canoeing. What did you mean? Onions, peppers, beef, onion, pepper, garlic. We're getting into our garlic. Why did I tie the onions again? Why? Why did I tie the onions again? I, in fact, need to get a bowl so I can put the onions in them, because otherwise we're gonna keep opening and closing this bag, and it's not going to be a good look. Also, this bowl is wet inside. I don't know why. Probably because it was directly next to the sink and we're doing dishes. I'm mystery solved. Kayaking, totally what you meant. Yeah. Yes, obviously. Kayaking is fun alone or with a friend. Or a couple friends. Anyway. Whitewater rafting. Oh my god, terrifying. Whitewater rafting actually, like, real talk, scares me. I've been, and every time I've been, I've feared for my life. 2, 3, 4. This calls for 2 cloves of garlic, but I don't love that. So let's do 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna do 7. At least 7. And then once we're finished with the sloppy Joe, we're gonna like process everything else. Because like I have a lot more onion to cut up. I have a lot more garlic to deal with. I have a lot of stuff to sort of sort through over here. So we're gonna deal with the vegetable prep kind of separately. I just want to get that moving so that it's cooled down, because that's, again, the only thing that's actually like cooking is the sloppy Joe. I don't have chili powder. Just straight up, I don't have chili powder, so we're gonna do a little like sauce melange of, not sauce, spice melange of a bunch of different stuff. But first, let's get our tomatoes out. This calls for a can of crushed tomato. This also calls for tomato paste, and I don't think that I accounted for the sloppy Joe when I did grocery shopping. I don't remember if I did or not. If I did, it's fine, because that's not going to go bad. And if I didn't, I'm going to use this anyway. This was already in the cabinet. I think I actually have another can of crushed tomatoes up there, which is good because I noticed that one of the cans that I got was, oh no, that was, I got a can of stewed tomatoes by accident and not a can of diced tomatoes, which I guess is fine. The stewed tomatoes are just diced tomatoes that haven't quite finished being diced, right? Anyway, we have our tomato sauce, we have our tomato paste. Let's do, all right, hold on, dark brown sugar. Let me get the sugar out. Once I do that, we'll figure out our spice mix, and then we'll be good to go. Because, okay, so it calls for a teaspoon of chili powder, a teaspoon of smoked paprika, half a teaspoon of salt. I believe all of the, add the onion, pepper, garlic, add the chili powder, paprika, and salt. Okay, so all of the spices get added at once, which is great. I'm just gonna put a little mix of a couple things into a bowl, and we will just kind of deal with it in that way. I'm gonna, because I don't have chili powder, we're gonna use a bit of cayenne pepper. I'm gonna use some cumin and like a few other. I'm just gonna kind of pull some stuff out of the cabinet. So this calls for a teaspoon of smoked paprika. So this is 1, 2. I'm gonna do 2.5. So one of the things that I am familiar with with this recipe, having made it conservatively 20 times, is that it can be a little bit bland if I don't add enough seasoning to it, mainly because I always add a little bit more beef than it calls for. Yep, that's cayenne pepper. Good. It didn't smell like anything, so we had to check. Excuse me. So we're going to add half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Don't need too much of that. Let's add a little onion powder. And again, we're just riffing off of this recipe. A little bit of garlic powder. I know we're adding garlic, but like, whatever. Some oregano. I'm gonna add a little bit of Aleppo pepper. Deathwish, welcome in. Dan, hello. Welcome. Happy Friday, Junior. Okay, I said I wanted to add some cumin to this too, didn't I? I did. So let's add a little bit of cumin. Did you see Salty stream again? No, I did not. No, that's awesome. Is he live right now? I didn't see that, and that is great. I mean, I'm assuming that's great. I'm assuming that's good. I'm gonna project Twinderella. I'm gonna project and say that he's like in a good place and able to do that and happy about it. Some people start streaming again if having not for a while, and then they're like not in a good place. I've seen that happen, and I'm just like, oh, that makes me feel weird. Not that there's, not that you shouldn't do that, but whatever, no judgment. And then, yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so I added a bunch of stuff here. Oh, Twinderella, that's great to hear. I'm really glad to hear that. I haven't seen him live, but like also the end of this summer has been so weird for me. Not weird in like bad, just weird. Like I haven't really sat down at my computer very much in the past like month, as evidenced by the fact that like I also haven't been streaming very much. So I haven't really caught a whole lot of like what's happening on Twitch or YouTube or really anywhere in the streaming space, honestly. Which is kind of frustrating, not gonna lie. I'm looking forward to school starting again. So I'm adding some salt to this, and we will be good to go. This is quite a lot of like herbs and spice here, but that's a good thing. I'm gonna take a little taste of this. Oh yeah, the last I caught up with him, the last I was aware, he was very close to here. Physically in life. Wilma, I agree with you. I'm totally like, yeah, exactly. A lot of people just stopped because because life happened and they couldn't like maintain a consistent schedule. And then, it's like when you get away from it, for a while, and I know this just from like a couple, having like I've had a couple times in the past 4 years where I haven't streamed for like 2 or 3 weeks, right? Which is a long time. Yeah, when you don't you stop intentionally for a little while, it's like it's hard to fold it back in to the routine. Like it genuinely is difficult to like start again. Like I've felt frustrated because I've only been live like 3 times in the past 3 weeks, or no, 2 weeks ago, I was live 3 times. Or was that last week? I don't even remember. Summer. Whatever. I've always said from the beginning that I only stream when it's sustainable for me. So I enjoy cooking. I enjoy cooking and chatting. And sometimes one of those things isn't available to me. Often it's the cooking. Often it's the like, hey, I am not cooking today, like, or I'm not cooking this week or whatever. Like, I didn't stream on Tuesday because I wasn't feeling available to like to be perceived and online, and like I wasn't feeling available to like do this, to like to have conversations and talk and be like, so I didn't. And I feel like that's helped. That's for me, that's helped a lot to not burn out from it, to be able to be like, okay, when I'm live, I'm going to be live for like 5, 6, 7 hours at a time. And then, and then maybe it won't be live again for like 5, 6, 7, 14 days, I think people burning out on it is bad. Yeah, well, am I? They're just, or they're doing something different with life. Yeah, that's big too. I mean, having a life change. Nine says I'm having trouble getting back into it. Yeah, and that that definitely makes sense. It definitely makes sense when you stop for a while, especially if you're doing a cooking stream. You're like, oh, I'm like, if you don't cook, sometimes it's like, what do I do? What do I do? Like, and I've had that before where I'm like the other day when a couple weeks ago when I like made ice cream sandwiches, like I didn't have anything planned that day. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna cook today. Did I need to make ice cream sandwiches? No, not really. Yeah, well, it definitely is. It is a thing that you're just like, well, I need to like get back into it. I know that like when I start again at the beginning, like at the beginning of the stream, sometimes it's hard to like talk because I haven't for a while. Bring him over here. We have a cat. Do you want to see a cat? Look who it is. It's Gwen. It's Gwen. It's also Obi. There's an Obi cat. The rarest of the cats in the house. There's an Obi here. Obi's made 67 appearances on stream.
6, 7.
Oh, don't do it.
Wait.
But Ash and
6, 7.
I cannot believe that you just did that. He doesn't know what you're talking about, which is merciful for him.
He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't care. Ash and Elsie have both been on stream more than 100 times.
Wow.
Yeah, Obi's very rare.
He's shy.
I don't think he's shy. I think he's just busy. He's always got something to do.
Do you like being upside down, Obi?
He does. This is you're getting the Gumby cat. Look at him.
He looks enormous.
He is enormous. Look, he takes up the whole screen when you zoom in. There's another orange cat in the house currently. There's a very tiny orange kitten.
Should I get her?
You can get her. If she's available, we'd love to look at her. What was I doing? Oh, I was making Sloppy Joe. Oh my God. 9, what is your competition? OBS is not fun to learn. Moondice, no, it's not. OBS is a very big lift to learn. However, and I will tell you this honestly, that learning OBS is far better for you in the long run than using a platform that does all the stuff for you, because those platforms don't let you expand very much. If you like, oh, I have an idea, like implementing that idea is often going to be harder if you aren't on OBS. Yeah, caretaker, exactly. Part of it for me is that I just enjoy the conversations, you know? We have a teeny tiny kitten. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. This is Ginny. Aw, Ginny. Center.
Oh.
Can we hear Ginny? I can't. Yes, a girl orange cat, a very rare girl orange cat. Yeah,
Hold her
baby.
belly.
Look at her. Oh my God. She looks like a Scottish fold. She is very cute. Oh my God, she's making such little chirpies. Oh. Oh my God. Yeah, this is Ginny. I don't know how old Ginny is. Gwen, how
3
old is
weeks.
Ginny? Like 3 weeks old. Yeah, there's so cute. It's funny when you zoom out, you realize how small she is. Hi, baby. Yeah, you are a sweetie. Very rare. Wonder how this is a foster cat. So we currently have 3 full-time resident cats, and there are also two foster cats. So this is one. The other one we'll see in a few minutes here.
I don't want to get the other one out.
Okay. Well, yeah. So we won't see the
Because
other
he's
one.
sleeping and he was at the vet. And...
When he gets up later, we might see him at some point this afternoon. But this one is a bit more active and did not go to the vet today. So currently 5 felines are the outlay of the cats. That's the low point, the low number recently. The other 3, there were 3 tabbies that all got adopted within the past 2 months. Within the past month. Yeah. So we got 3 full-time cats. Obi was one of them, and then the other 2 are around somewhere. I'm sure they'll be around. I just saw one of them like a second ago come walking by. But yeah, these are fosters. If you know anyone in the Philadelphia area that wants a cat, this one's not available yet, but she will be in like a month and a half, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
These are a lot smaller than a kitten, like a kitten that you would adopt from like the shelter. Yeah.
Yeah, she's not even eating food yet.
No, she still has a bottle, like a bottle fed cat. Both of them are. Yeah, once the food starts coming out, Ash will definitely be around. Ash is here. Ash is actually around. Yes. He's around. So that was Ginny. Ginny is teeny tiny and also very orange. Gwen, come back. Our favorite cat fan only caught a small glimpse of Ginny. Hold on. Yes. Sorry. She's back. She's finished with the camera now, but this is Ginny. and she is orange. She is an orange female cat, which is super weird and very rare. And she's making all the little chirps. Meow. There's no orange command, but there is sparkles.
Oh my god, she's chilling.
She is chilling. So that's Ginny. She's yeah. She's not available for adoption yet. She will be. I was looking for the other sound, but I can't
Now
find
we're
it.
done?
Yes. Ah. You're aggressive. Meh.
Okay.
Liz, hello. So Ginny's a foster. Only two foster kittens, three full-time cats, Liz. Welcome. Hello. Also, happy Thursday, Friday Junior, if you will. We're gonna get started actually making food today. 2 female void cats. Yeah, it's definitely rare. It's kind of fascinating. It's like the opposite. Like calicos are almost always female cats, right? But that's why they are almost always, because they're not always. But these cats we've had for 2 weeks now. 2 weeks, I think. It's been, yeah, they're still bottle feeding, so they're like very, very, very young. Yeah, Liz, no, I appreciate that. And summer's been difficult for me too. I haven't been live as much. This summer really hit for some reason, schedule wise. And I'm back to school. No, I'm not back to school. We're back into school season starting on Monday. So I'm looking forward to a more consistent schedule, if nothing else. So that's definitely a feeling I've been having too. I hope work is manageable. If not slow, I hope that it's I hope that it's working. I hope that it's manageable. Generally speaking. Yeah, 9, it is super weird when you're like, oh, these are like when you see a calico cat and you're like, that's a female cat. And you just kind of know, it's like a given. Our calico is female. So that tracks. Okay, but we're prepping now for our Sloppy Joe. So here's how we're operating today. We're gonna be doing Sloppy Joe, and then we're gonna do our like multiple different bags. I think for the bags of stuff, I'm gonna prep all of the vegetables at once we do the like yeah, once we're like into Sloppy Joe cooking or finished, whatever, we'll do all of the bag meal vegetables at the same time for efficiency's sake. Because there's like a lot of onion chopping, there's a lot of potato chopping, there's a lot of garlic processing. So we're gonna be doing a lot of like vegetable processing today. So Pie Storm, welcome in. Hope you're in your happy place today. I am. I'm in the kitchen. I'm doing a bunch of meal prep. Today's meal prep is to help make my future life easier as well. We're getting into back to school season, and I know that this is definitely the time of year where I'll get into like, oh, tonight we have a PTA. I have a PTA meeting. I forgot about that. Like, what do I, dinner, So I'm making, probably, I'd say 11 different meals, 11 total meals worth of food today, for the next, month or 2 months, so that on those days when I know that it's going to be a difficult afternoon, I can just toss something in the crock pot and have that be finished at the end of the day. And not have to process that. Like slow cooker meals are great, but if you have to cut up vegetables and all of that same day, they can still be a burden. So we're sort of truncating that a little bit more and doing prepping all of the meat. We're prepping all of the everything beforehand. I'm going to pop it into gallon freezer bags, and then that day I will put like that freezer bag into the crock pot with whatever liquid that meal calls for, whether it's broth or water or whatever. So it makes it even easier. Okay, and I've seen a bunch of chats here. I know I missed a few. Let me scroll up. I'm in garlic peeling mode, and I know that I have a tool for this, but these are big, and I'm trying to keep them relatively solid because I want to do these in the not mincer. I want to put these on the microplane, and so if they're too smashed up, I can't do that. Then they just get mashed, and then I have to chop them. I don't really want to chop them. I just want to microplane them. Okay, good. There we go. Sorry, I've missed some things. Moon Dies, we will add that sound command. I believe that got added to the stream reminder dump channel. It did. Okay, good. Y'all, so that channel, like that command now literally dumps that text into the reminder channel for me. I love it. 9 says we have a white cat with blue eyes. White cat with blue eyes. Wow, they're mostly deaf. That's wild. That is kind of wild. 9 says maybe I'll stream the sauce making. And you know, I feel this very, very keenly all the time, but like your stream never has to be perfect. So I didn't think the competition was a bad idea. If you have fun, I think that's what makes it worthwhile, right? Fudge darling, it is a lot. We're doing 9 freezer bag meals and then like 2 meals worth of sloppy joes, probably 3. 9 says Tuesday someone comes to look at my freezer. Oh man, having your freezer busted is like, that's not great. Yeah, I would be, if that happened to me today, I'd be like, uh-oh, we're eating a lot. We're eating a lot of stews and soups in the next like 2 days. Moon Dice, some pre-fall freezer prep. Yeah, it's definitely right now. I'm in that world of like, I just know that I am going to get into the next, basically the next like 2 months. And it happens all the time where there's days where I'm just like, oh, shoot. I thought I had the space to make dinner today and I don't. What do I do? And so I'm answering that question today by making a bunch of crock pot meals. And the other thing with these is that crock pot meals are great, right? If you forget to put them in the crock pot in the morning, or maybe you didn't know that you were going to need a meal that evening, like, oh, surprise, you know, for the most part, you can also just put them in a pot and turn it on like medium on the stove and cook it a lot quicker. Now, is that ideal? No, but it works. Moonless says, I need to save up for a chest freezer. A chest freezer is great. Honestly, like when Calvin was born, so like a baby 3 months before he was born, I got a chest freezer. It's the same one I have now. I still use it. And it really is it really is a huge driver of like planning. To me, I think it saves. Ultimately, it will save you money because it's like, oh, this went on sale. Like chicken thighs are on sale, like really, but like a lot. Like they're really steep right now. I'm gonna buy 10 pounds of them. It does. I mean, I'm sure I don't need to talk you into it. Like that's not, I'm not trying to mansplain why the chest freezer would be good. I do think eventually it pays for itself over a long enough period of time. Ours certainly has at this point. It's 11 and a half years old. Oh my God. 9, that's really frustrating. Moonless says, I have a basement now. Yeah. Not having a place for the chest freezer is always the challenge. Yeah, Twinderella, that's definitely why you have, certainly why you have the ability to get like 25 pounds of chicken at once. Yeah, Velos, that's amazing. Yeah. 9 says we get like half a cow. That's exactly my point. It's just like, wow, you can just buy a lot. Like you can buy more volume and save it for longer. Ash is we've noticed that Ash is here. Ash is currently nuzzling the box of bags and is he's very present right now. Yeah, 9, that would be amazing. We had it was one of the things I was worried about when our basement flooded in the springtime was like it destroyed it destroyed everything in the chest freezer because water got in to the chest freezer and then everything was just wet inside of there, which is awful. Beth, welcome in. Hey Beth, next stream's gonna be a milestone one. Pretty cool. We're gonna hit 10,000 check-ins on stream today. I'm looking at this. We're gonna hit 10,000 check-ins on stream today. Unless, I mean, maybe. I don't want to be presumptuous, but like we're gonna probably gonna stream for a few more hours today, and it sure seems like we're gonna get there, which is pretty cool. Moonlit, yeah. The way I say water is intentional. I'll tell you in a second. I am just rinsing this microplane off because I am going to use it again for garlic. Speaking of saying things. So I grew up in a place where water was the pronunciation. I moved to a place where water was the pronunciation. And for all of my life, I've sort of interchanged. Mostly I've said water, which now feels weird. But sometimes when I'm talking, for my whole life, I've sort of interchanged those two things. If I'm talking fast, I'll be like, down by the water, whatever. Anyway, a while ago, I was like, you know what? I'm going to intentionally make this change, and I'm only going to say it one way. I'm not going to go back and forth anymore. And that's what I did. So anyway, that's where I'm at. That's why we say water. A medium bell pepper, finely chopped. So we have our garlic, have our bell pepper. I'm going to chop this up. And now this is a cooked thing. This sloppy joe is going to be fully cooked today. So that's why we're doing it first, because before I package it, it needs to come down in temperature. I can't just pop it into quart containers while it's violently hot and freeze it. We're gonna cook it and let it cool on the stove for a little bit while we do the rest of our prep. And then when we're finished that, we will package everything all at once. Callie, welcome in. I'm doing great, honestly. Today's a good day. We're cooking. I'm doing meal prep, which I'm excited about. I love meal prep. Meal prep is probably one of my favorite activities. I love prepping for camping because it also takes you into a different mindset where you're like, let me simplify everything. I love meal prep because it's a gift to your future self. When you know I have a bunch of dinners in the freezer ready to go, you know, I don't need to think about it. I can just pop them in the crock pot in the morning and they're good, or I can pop them in the oven or whatever that looks like. You know, low effort, very low effort meals. That's the goal here. I think I add all of this stuff in at once. Kathy, welcome in. Why Lou sounds like my grandma. That and other reasons. Add the onion, pepper, and garlic. So all the onion, the pepper, and the garlic get added in all at once. So I can just kind of mix these three things together on my cutting board.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Sometimes I know what I'm doing. Often I do. Callie, what do you hate about meal prep? The fact that it can take forever, and that at the end of it you like have to make dinner. I had that same thought anytime I've made freezer meals like this. So we're doing a very specific type of meal prep today. But anytime I have made freezer meals in the past, I've always gotten to the end of it and been like, okay, but now what's for dinner? So I asked Gwen last week, like, hey, what have you been thinking of for like food? You know, what sort of slow cooker meals would you like? And she was like, well, how about like a pot roast, like just a beef pot roast? And I was like, okay, that sounds great. I haven't had that in years. So that's what we're doing today for dinner. That is already in the slow cooker on the counter here behind me. It's been in there for 3 hours. And it's coming along. So I don't know if it's going to be finished when the timer's up in 4 hours from now, but it's certainly going to be farther cooked than it was this morning when I put it in. So can't make it look pretty that I have to cook dinner. Yes. And all my prettification comes out. Yeah, I love when a meal looks good. I definitely appreciate like a good looking meal, but I hear you. There really isn't anything beautiful about what I'm doing today, which is getting a bunch of ingredients, prepping them, and then putting them in a plastic bag. It's not very sexy, but it definitely works. Oh my God. We're going to get assaulted. I think I need the goggles. No, I don't need the goggles yet. When we get into prepping all of these onions at once for like 9 different dinners, then we'll need the goggles. I'm getting assaulted by the onion vapors. Oh, God damn. This one is particularly spicy. I have to stop. I know all the tricks, the wet paper towel, all of the things. I choose not to do them. I choose to just take it and embrace the pain and let it wash over me. And when we do this with the rest of this thing of onions, I will probably actually put on some goggles. I had recently someone was over the house while I was cooking dinner, like an actual like an IRL human sitting at the counter, and I was cutting an onion, and I started to. It was from the same batch of onions, and I was like, "Oh my god, my eyes!" And they were like, "I wear goggles when I chop onions," and I was like, "Me too." Sometimes, if I chop like more than two, any like a higher volume of onions, I'll put goggles on to like, if I'm doing some like processing, which we're doing today. So we'll get to those in a little bit. Nine says, I use the food processor. Ooh, you smart. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that, actually. That's a great idea. I might not think of it when that time comes, but... Oh, I'm just immune, Kelly says. I mean, it is hard to be immune when it's a biochemical reaction. Oh, damn. Okay, hold on. I had to step away. That was the end of it. I need to wash my hands. That's what I need to wash my hands so I can like rub my face with a towel. Oh, damn. That is brutal. These are yellow onions. They're smaller size yellow onions. Oh. Yikes. Awful. Okay. So we did the onion, the pepper, the garlic. We have our salts ready to go. I'm gonna open our sauce, open our tomato paste, and mustard I have in the fridge. I don't need to open that. It's already open. Sugar's on the counter. I don't need to pre-measure the sugar. All right, I think we're good to go. Twinderella, that is funny. That's a great food memory too. Oh. Yeah, Kathy, who decided to like eat the onion? Who was the first person who was like, this looks delicious. It makes me feel like awful. Let's put it in my mouth. Twinderella, that's definitely, yeah. It sounds like a Tootsie Roll day. It really does though. All right, we're gonna put the sloppy joe in this pot because this pot has a nice like big surface area on the bottom in order to brown meat. And I'm gonna do this on the bigger burner because I often will start doing this on the smaller burner and then be like, oh wait, there's not enough there's not enough power on this burner. Okay, hold on. Let me get this camera set up because we're gonna do a little show and tell here over the stove. Or not show and tell. That's a weird way to put that. That's odd phrasing. We don't need to do that. Caramelized onions. Oh my god, that's a lot of onions though for French onion. Surface area, Bellinismo, right? It's got a nice big bottom, a lot of surface area. Okay, hold on. Let me put my knife here though, because we're going to use that knife. Certainly going to use that knife again. Let's just read through and make sure I do everything. Brown the beef, heat the oil, add the beef, break it into large pieces, transfer the brown beef to a plate, cook the aromatics and spices. Okay. Add the liquids and return the beef to the pan. Add the tomato sauce, tomato paste, brown sugar, and mustard. Stir to combine. Return the reserved beef to the pan. Mash the beef with a potato masher. This is the secret to this recipe. Simmer for 15 minutes. Okay, so this is super straightforward. I have my ground beef right here. Again, this is more beef than I've used on stream ever. So like, just keep that in mind. Not keep it in mind. Like, this is a lot. It's a lot of beef we're dealing with today. But again, we're making 11, maybe 12 meals worth of food here. We're trying to be efficient, and we're being efficient, saving a little money, buying in bulk. Yeah, inaugural beefiness. It is definitely, there's a lot of beef. There's a lot of beef today. We're doing a pot roast. So that's already in the crock pot behind me. We're doing Sloppy Joe, which is made with beef. We're doing beef stew. We're also doing 2 things made with chicken. So there's that. We will have lots and lots of chicken today as well. But let's get our beef scene set up here. There we go. All right, hold on. That's I don't like when it's misaligned. There we go. Okay, so this is good. We're gonna brown this. This is not for the birthday, Bella Smith. This is for basically the start of the school year. So we have school starting on Monday, and I'm gonna wash my hands. I am doing a little bit of prep for that, so that for the next couple weeks, if I need like an easy dinner, I don't have to think about it. I've just got like food on deck that I can just pull out and toss in the crock pot first thing in the morning on a day where I know that like we need to eat at 5 p.m. because we have something at night or whatever. We're getting into the time of year that's like school meetings, PTA meetings, potentially sports, music practice, karate, hanging out with friends. Like, there's just a lot. We're getting into a time of year that is a lot to deal with. So I'm taking a proactive approach to dealing with that and trying to get ahead of the dinner stuff. A variety of land animals, exactly. $900 of onions sounds like a Mr. Beast challenge. Like, legit. It sounds like a Mr. Beast scenario. Okay. So we're browning this, and I'm just kind of chopping it a little bit at a time. I'm also going to add some salt and pepper to this. Now, it doesn't say to do that, right? It doesn't say to salt and pepper this as you're going, but I know that it makes it better when I do. So we're going to add a little pepper, a little salt. And I'm not going to mix this in quite yet because I'm just letting it brown. Put some salt in here. All right, that's good. So this just needs to, it says browned and cooked through about 7 or 8 minutes. So this is quite a bit of ground beef in here, about 3 pounds worth or so. So we're gonna Just keep this kind of mixed and moving. I've made this before. This is the same Sloppy Joe recipe that I've made on stream for multiple camping trips. It's so much so that when I told Gwen what I was making today, I was like, oh, I'm doing meal prep. And she was like, oh, what are you making? And I was like, oh, making like, you know, a couple Sloppy Joe. And she was like, oh, is this for camping? I was like, no, this time it's actually for the house. Not for today though. Today we're doing a beef roast. Ground beef is expensive. I actually, yeah, I didn't. I'm gonna be dead honest that I didn't look at the price of this because I bought all of this from the same butcher. I bought the ground beef, the beef cubes, and the beef roast from Ginta's in Reading Terminal. I bought the chicken from Godshall's in Reading Terminal. I bought all of the produce from Iovine Brothers in Reading Terminal. I got all the spices that I needed from the Head Nut in Reading Terminal. And then the rest of it, all the canned goods, the tomatoes, the broth, the tikka masala sauce, I got at Fresh Grocer. Ground beef is expensive. I don't love beef. I very rarely cook with it. As I said earlier, this is definitely the most beef I've ever cooked at once on stream. And probably will be the most beef I will ever cook at once on stream. Because I don't make a practice out of it. I don't buy ground beef generally. I'm not an enthusiastic consumer of ground beef. For many reasons. Environmental is quite honestly the primary reason that I don't eat a lot of ground beef. It's just like a cow uses more resources and is worse for the planet than a chicken. And more expensive. You're right. Short rib Wellingtons. Are these individual serving Wellingtons, Callie? Sounds like that sounds like a ton of work. I'm assuming they're like little mini Wellingtons, which are super cute. I love those. Whenever I see those at an event or whatever. How many chickens equals one cow, though? Fair, Kathy. I said this to Gwen just yesterday when I was bringing all this. I shopped for today yesterday, and when I was putting things home, she was like, "It's like, man," I was like, "Oh, it was like, you know, this was like over $100 worth of like meat or like food," and she was like, "Oh, like that's a lot," and I was like, "Yeah, it's for a lot of meals though." Like, I was like, should we just be vegetarian? And she was like, no. I was like, all right, you just tell me when. Just tell me when I would enthusiastically become a vegetarian. I don't think my household wants to be vegetarian though. I would. I think I would. Because I don't really care one way or the other. I mean, I think I would feel better about myself if I was vegetarian. I'd probably also be more of an insufferable asshole if I was vegetarian, to be honest. Because I would just tell people, oh, I'm a vegetarian all the time, you know? It's like, people are like, how do you know when someone's vegan? Like, no, because they'll tell you immediately. Like, basically right after their name. This looks good. This is pretty almost cooked through, maybe like another minute or two. Let me get a bowl to put this in. A secondhand vegetarian. Hi, my name is vegan. Yeah, exactly. Which like is fine. I'm not trying to like shade anyone who is vegan. I certainly appreciate the lifestyle myself. It reminds me of that line in The Big Lebowski when Walter's like, I dabbled in pacifism, not in Nam, of course. Mmm. Oh yeah, it sounds great and efficient. I've never cooked anything sous vide. I feel like I would like to. I feel like that's a thing that I would enjoy from a meal prep perspective. I think I can get a sous vide machine out of my library. Our local library has a lending library. The main branch of the branch of the Philadelphia Public Library has a lending library, and I believe that they have sous vide sticks, whatever those are, the the ones that you just put in a bath, and all I would need is the container. I'm pretty sure. I have to check. Yeah, they have the library has a bunch of stuff like that. Many libraries do. When I was a kid growing up, you could get all sorts of stuff out of the library. You still can. If they're a big enough library, they often have stuff like that. Kathy says, I don't like cooking food in plastic. No, I'm with you. I don't like using plastic for very much, if I can help it. Velos, yeah, and that's kind of where my head is at. It's like, you can use it for a bunch of you can cook everything and then just sear it off, and I love that. It's a slow cooker, right? Basically. Yeah, I think they have because it's just like a stick, right? It's not like a whole thing. You don't get like a big thing. You have to have the container to put it in. But if you have a thing, with a lid, you can put the thing in there, put the stick in there. Return the pan to medium-high heat. Add the onion, pepper, and garlic. Onion, pepper, garlic. Got it. Cook 6 to 8 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna come back over to the stove. Back over to the stove. Yeah, support your local library. I should have worn my public library's shirt today. Yeah, you can get a special container for it. For sure. Obviously, you can get a custom special container for everything that you need. All right, onions. And these are already sizzling because the pan was already hot. Okay, onions are in. Peppers, garlic. I'm gonna cook these down. Yeah, slow cooker with more finite controls. Yeah, temperature. For as good as my slow cooker is, right? I have a Crock Pot brand slow cooker. It's super reliable. It is very, very good, generally speaking. But all it says is on the front is high and low. Which is not, in my mind, I'm like, all right, can we do a little more than that? I have two slow cookers. One is the one I'm using today, which is a newer model. It's a Crock Pot brand. It's pretty good. It works really well. The other one is the one that I had in my house growing up. I don't know how I came across it, but or why I have it. I don't remember exactly where, or I know where I got it from. I got it from my mom, but I don't remember the circumstances of acquisition. Anyway, I have it. It looks like it is directly out of the 70s, because it is. But what I love about it is an aluminum pot with a ceramic glaze on it that you can use on the stovetop. So you can like brown your meat in it and then toss it on top. It's like a hot plate style slow cooker. So it has better temperature controls. It goes from like 1 to 7, just like the stove burner. And you can literally sear your meat on the stove and then put it in on the slow cooker, and it's like so good. It's so much better than the one that I have. I've never actually used my Instant Pot as a slow cooker, so I guess I could say I have 3. And with the slow cooker, I mean, you're just like, you're regardless of what container you're cooking it in, you're cooking it in a plastic bag, right? Like that's my understanding with the sous vide. The induction cookers are crazy, Bellows. I think I told this story already, but I was at my dad's, no, I was at my mom's recently. And she has an induction stovetop. And she put like a pot of water on the stove to boil, and it boiled in like a minute. And I was like, what? What is happening? Moms, welcome in. Sofa, hello. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. I hope work is going well. Thank you for the shout out. Friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer. Moms, good to see you. Yeah, the plastic bag. Yeah, and I mean, I've had stuff made in a sous vide machine before. I don't love cooking in plastic either. It's the same reason I don't love cooking in like a non-stick pan, right? Same reasons. The portable induction plate looks awesome. I see a lot of folks use those on for cooking content, because they can position them on the counter, like in front of a camera. Velas, we're not considering, our next vehicle is going to be an electric one, and I'm already considering like how I change my camping setup, and I think part of it is going to include an induction cook plate. These are looking good. Another couple minutes on here. I want these to be a little softer than they are. Busy. That's good. I'm assuming it's back to school season for y'all as well. Oh, nice. A portable induction caretaker. That's awesome. Happy birthday to Kanara, too. Yeah, Bellis, that's kind of where my head is at, is basically, I think we're looking at fully electric ones. Mainly because our car currently is fine. It's paid off and has no major problems. So I'm like, now is the time to trade it in, because it's like, it's worth as much now as it will ever be worth. And, you know, before sinking more money into it for like repairs when it needs it, now is the time. So, but I'm thinking, like, for state park camping, for example, I currently don't ever look for electric sites. I'm like, all right, I'll just get an adapter and like, great, you know, then I'll have electric. Like right now I don't consider things like induction burners for camping, because I may or may not have anywhere to plug them in. You know what I mean? Next week is the last of summer holiday. Hell yeah. I'm sure you're ready. I'm ready. School starts on Monday for us, and I'm just like, can it please be Monday? Mom's the electric VW. I saw the electric VW like buses. They look really cool. Reduce the heat. Add all the spices. Cook for a minute. Add the tomato sauce, paste, brown sugar, and mustard. Okay, so we're gonna cook the spices, and then we'll put the tomato paste, or we'll put the tomato sauce. So we're gonna add the spices. This is my big spice blend. My big blend of spices. I don't know exactly what's in here. I forget. I could tell you. I did say it out loud on the stream, so. Yeah, Velas, our car is almost 12 years old. And every year for the past couple years, it's needed like thousands of dollars worth of work. And at this point, it's basically like, okay, it's paid off, but it needs all this work because it's out of warranty now. And so I'm like, all right, if we get a new car, our payment monthly, like annual for the year, will end up being less than what we're paying to like keep this car running, and it'll be under warranty. Yeah, Velas, I am 100% with you. When we went camping for spring break this year, or not spring break, the Memorial Day camping this year, like they had put the entire loop that we stay in every year, they had put electricity in, and I was like, oh, cool. I didn't know that. I do wish I'd have known that, because I would have changed. I would have done things a little differently. But I was glad that they did. Yeah, the electric bus. Amazing. I've seen those. They look awesome. New dishwasher day. Congratulations. Yeah, mamas, that's exactly where we're at. It's like, well, every year this thing needs, like last year, it was like, well, the literal engine needs to be rebuilt. Okay, cool. That's like thousands of dollars. Okay, tomato paste, brown sugar, and mustard. So I need about 4 tablespoons of tomato paste, 4 tablespoons of brown sugar. 4 tablespoons is a 1/4 cup. So we'll add a 1/4 cup of both of those things. I'm just going to eyeball the tomato paste because I don't have yeah. Because I want to. Because this is not I'm not going to eyeball the sugar, but we will do that for the tomato paste. Yeah, we're looking at a couple different ones, and I'm just like, I hope our current car holds out. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably about right. And then mustard, we need 2 tablespoons of Dijon mustard, which is about 1, 2, a little more than 2 tablespoons of mustard right there, but that's okay. Okay, add the sauce, paste, brown sugar, and mustard, and stir to combine. All right, stir this. Get that nicely incorporated. We're almost simmering again. So I'm going to turn this up, because when I add the beef back in, it's going to need to come up to a simmer. I'm going to put this beef plus beef liquid back into the pan. It doesn't say to drain the beef, it just says to put it into the side. And I have forever, in making this recipe, done just added the beef with its liquid back in, and it seems to work out. So that's what we're doing today. And this now, you just kind of stir so that everything looks red as opposed to like a mix of beef and sauce. And we're going to bring this up to a simmer and cook this for about 15 or so minutes until it's a little thicker and everything has come together. Right now is when I want to taste this and see if I need to adjust seasoning. So we'll taste it now, and then we'll taste it again at the end. So let's give this a try now. Yeah, caretaker, I don't drain it. I don't see a need, because it's just going to evaporate anyway. All right, so this looks pretty good. I mean, we have, this looks like your standard sloppy Joe. That's way better. It's a little bit sweet, and that's okay, but it does not need salt. I think we're good. Maybe it needs a little bit of salt. I think it needs a little bit more black pepper. Just like, it doesn't have any heat to it. I don't really want it to have heat to it, but I'm going to add some, I say I don't really want it to have any heat to it, but I am going to add a little bit more cayenne pepper, because I do want it to have some heat to it. That is not quite enough for my taste, but we're going to add a little bit, and we'll try it again. But once this reduces, it'll be concentrated more too. So a little red wine vinegar. Nice. That's a good idea. Yeah, there's no sour element in this. It's very I don't have any sour in here yet, or at all. I don't actually usually put any sour in here, now that I'm thinking about it. Almost. I still don't quite taste it. I'm going to add just a touch more of that, and that'll be it. Whether or not that's exactly my taste, that's going to end up being sort of the right amount, because I don't want to make it too spicy. It's not. I personally wouldn't call this spicy at all. Oh yeah, the mustard. Right, I forgot I put mustard in here. All right, and give this another little try here. Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's set a timer. Excuse me. Simmer the sauce for 15 minutes. Okay. What the heck? My timer is not working. There we go. Okay. So I got that going. We're gonna let that simmer for a little bit. So sloppy joes are on the stove. They're going. Let's get the rest of our prep started here. Okay, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. There we go. Okay. I'm going to clean up all the non-sloppy joe stuff. Okay, so bring the sauce to a simmer, cook stirring often. Cook stirring often, right? So let's reminder to self stir. I probably won't stir this too often. And then we're done. This is good. We're like good to go for this stuff. Excuse me. Okay. Do not need the brown sugar for anything else. Salt, I will definitely need. That is a dirty bowl. This is for quarter cup measure. Don't need that. Okay. So I'm going to take a quick pause and let's see, make sure I have all the other stuff that I need. Let's kind of plan what else is going to happen. I definitely need my can opener, scrap bowl. Last thing I cut on here was onions. So I think what we'll do is we'll prep all the onions for all of the bags. Onions first, because let's get the hard part out of the way. Okay. Let's see. So we are we're tripling all of these recipes. So I have a single version or a single batch recipe printed out. So anytime I'm looking at these, I'm going to need to basically triple the amount in my head. So that's a fun little challenge. I didn't do that in the I didn't do that when I printed them because I wanted to be able to have the recipe and then decide if I want to double it, triple it, whatever. I bought enough ingredients to do that. So when I made my shopping list, I already tripled these. Anyway, so here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to read these recipes because these are really basic, super straightforward recipes that have some really simple ingredients in them. I am probably going to change these up like a little bit in certain spots, but generally speaking, I'm going to follow what we have here. So beef stew. This is very straightforward. All of these are straightforward. I keep saying that. I don't need to keep saying it. 2 pounds of beef chuck cut into 1-inch cubes. A cup of carrots sliced. A cup of potatoes diced. A half a cup of onion chopped. 2 cloves of garlic. 3 cups of beef broth. 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. A tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce. Let's get that out. I like that idea of some red wine vinegar. Maybe I will add some of that in there. Salt, black pepper, dried thyme, dried rosemary. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. So we're doing. I should have 3 pounds of beef cubes already. I don't need to cut the cubes. Do I have? Oh, I have some. You know what I have in here? I have this reserved sherry vinegar. I'm gonna put a little splash of this in here. This is probably gonna be very good. Yeah, that'll be amazing. Okay. I don't know how much that was, but it was the right amount. Let's stir that in. While I'm thinking, while I'm standing here doing the thing. Okay. Got 3.5 hours left on the clock on my beef roast. Okay. 2 pounds of beef chuck cut into 1-inch cubes. So 6 pounds of beef cubes. Already cut them. For the chicken and chorizo, Darlene, welcome in. Happy Thursday. This calls for 2.2 pounds of skinless, boneless chicken thighs. 6 pounds. 8 ounces of chorizo cut into big chunks. Now, this calls for chorizo that has been cooked already, like the sausage chorizo, like the sausage rounds. I have raw chorizo meat, so I am just going to use that instead, which is fine because over the course of cooking this for 4 hours in a slow cooker, it's going to cook. Not worried about it. I'm a little worried about like the grease that comes out of there, but again, this is a stew, so not that worried because it's just more liquid. So what? It's a little greasier. Sad. An onion, garlic, tinned tomatoes, which is a really funny way of putting it. Tinned tomatoes. That's just tomato puree. Cumin, paprika, oregano. Tomato paste, And then olives and peppers go in at the end, like literally when you cook it. So I don't have the peppers. I bought the olives. They're in a jar. They don't go bad. They're in like a jar. But when I make it, I'll need to remember like, oh, this week I'm going to make this chicken and chorizo. I need to get some peppers, or I just don't put them in. Either one is fine. The chicken tikka masala calls for 1.5 pounds of skinless, boneless chicken breast. Now, I purchased a skin on, bone in chicken breasts because they were cheaper. So we need to take the bones and skin off of there. I'll put those into freezer bag for stock, but it's getting chopped into bite-sized pieces, so it doesn't really matter. An onion, chopped tomatoes. This is the can of diced tomatoes. So, garlic, tomato paste, and then tikka masala. So each of these calls for a whole jar of this tikka masala sauce. And then to serve, you add some garam masala, which is a dried spice, creme fraiche, and mango chutney. I do not have mango chutney. Again, this is a like, hey, we're making this recipe this week, so like remember to buy that, or don't add it, and it's fine. This is also a recipe that, you know, the beef stew and the chorizo stew, you kind of like serve that with itself, maybe with some bread. The tikka is one where like I'd probably make some rice for it, or like naan bread or something. You know, that's a like, hey, maybe we just buy naan bread from the store kind of week. So, what is my plan? What is my plan? Lou, what's your plan? Good question. We're going to prep all the ingredients at once. We're going to prep all the onions at the same time. For these, because I am tripling them, I'm going to put the onions in a big quart container for each of these. Like this one calls for a chopped onion. This one calls for a chopped onion. This one, they all call for chopped onions. So I am going to put, you know, basically 9 onions, 3 per quart container, and we'll do those by weight instead of volume necessarily. So I'm just going to chop all of my onions and divide that by 9, I think is how I want to do this. Because yeah, they all call for one onion, and then a half a cup of onion, which is 1 onion or whatever. It'll be fine. Yeah, so we're gonna chop all the onions. Let's plan this out. We're gonna plan this out because I don't really have a clear path on how I want to do this, and I'm thinking it through live. Woman says, I got a text message from someone asking about the chicken coops that I sell. I don't. I realized it's not the first time I've gotten this message. So I looked up the chicken coops with my number on Google, and there's a company that sells them that's 1 number off from mine. You should refer people to them. Like, ask the chicken coop company for like a referral. That's so funny. That's so funny. And that's just someone like not typing the number in correctly, I assume. That's super funny. I had a while ago, someone texted me in a similar way. Someone who is 1 phone number off from mine, the last number, texted me and was like, hey, number neighbor. And I never responded because I'm like, I don't want to talk to my neighbors. And like 2 days later, they texted back. We're like, oof, not a friendly neighborhood. And I'll think about that forever because I never texted them. I'd never texted back because I'm a jerk. Okay, we'll do the chop. We'll chop all the onions. Chop all the garlic. So this calls for 3, 6, 9 cloves of garlic, 9 cloves of garlic, 9 cloves of garlic. Okay, so we're gonna chop all the garlic and do the same thing. I'm gonna put all the garlic together, all the onions together, and then we'll divide that number by 9 and put that amount in each bag. Then we will so onion and garlic. Are there any other vegetable prep things I need to do? Oh, potatoes. Yeah. And the potatoes are easy because it's just one dish that has potatoes in it. Okay, so then, oh, and carrots. So the beef stew has potatoes and carrots. And then we'll do the herbs. Yeah, then we'll do the herbs. So we'll not herbs, spices. We'll combine our spices for each recipe. So salt, pepper, other. Then we will process the meat. So we will chop the chicken breasts, chop chicken thighs. The beef is already cubed, so I don't need to worry about the beef. That's done. So we'll do all the onions, all the garlic, then the potatoes and carrots. We'll combine the spices, we'll process the chicken, and then we will assemble. Then we'll assemble. Yeah, then we'll assemble everything. So what we're going to do with the assembly is we're going to do one dish at a time. So I'll do basically three bags at once. Chica. We need to also process the chorizo. I'm wondering if I should cook the chorizo first. I'm like, should I? Because it calls for cooked chorizo, and mine is not. But I don't think I actually need to. Oh, this actually calls to put the chicken thighs in whole. Interesting. Okay, well, that's a different approach than what I was planning on doing. That's fine. I don't need to do that. Chicken thighs can cook forever and without really falling apart. So this says notes, speaking of what I was just saying. I use skinless, boneless chicken thighs, but you could also use chicken breasts. If you're using breasts, be sure not to overcook them, as they can dry out. Yes. As previously stated. This says chorizo. 1 8-ounce chorizo ring. See notes. And then the note at the bottom says, chorizo, we use the type in a ring. Okay. Thanks for saying the same thing in the notes in different order. Much appreciated. All right, so we have our to-do list here. My Sloppy Joe, the timer just went up. So let's see how this looks on the stove. I mean how it looks. It's looking really nice. It's looking lush, a little velvety, if you will. Not. It looks well incorporated. Tube sausage. I know, right? I'm like, what is... I'm assuming when they say chorizo ring that they mean the pre-cooked chorizo, the like sausage rings that you buy in the store. They like come in the completely sealed, like vacuum hermetically sealed package. Well, the last time I had Sloppy Joe was 100% for camping. Pretty good. Spicy. The cayenne, the heat got into that, which is great. I'm gonna let this simmer for another excuse me. Woo! Yeah, that's spicy. Great. That's what we wanted. I'm gonna let that simmer for 5 more minutes. Just to reduce it like a little bit more. Last time was school. Classic. That's like a classic cafeteria lunch, though. Because you can, I mean, it's a classic cafeteria lunch because you can make this in a big old kettle. Like the industrial kettles. What they have in the kitchen, right? You can make it, you want 50 pounds of beef at once? Great. Do it. When I worked at a camp in the kitchen, they had, they had a big kettle, and Sloppy Joe was one of the meals. And I remember, stirring it with what looked like a canoe paddle, like a big metal canoe paddle. And you're just this is like industrial food processing, right? Like this is not like your like tweezers, like your twee, like, restaurant food. It's like, no, we're gonna make this in a vat. It's here like just dumping like a block of beef into the thing and be like, all right, cook now. Like, and you're stirring it with a metal paddle. It had holes in it too. Okay, so let's evaluate. So we're gonna do the onions first. I think the onions first is the right mood. Luma, the spaghetti. You know, the public school lunch spaghetti that I remember was thick noodles, slightly soft. Like, they were soft, right? Like, they were not al dente, but they weren't falling apart because they were too thick to fail. And the sauce was like sweet. Like, it was like, you just know that it had sugar in it. Like, it had like, you know, for every cup of sauce, it had a teaspoon of sugar in it, or some like good ratio like that. No chunks at all, but it was stuck to the spaghetti. Like, they didn't just make the spaghetti and then make the sauce and like scoop the sauce onto it. Like, they put all of that into one big old pot and just like scooped it all out at once, because that's more efficient that way. But it meant that the sauce like stuck to the spaghetti more, and it was like, fuck yeah, so good. My school always served it with like a little piece of garlic bread. Oh my god. And then like green beans on the side that had literally been steamed with no salt. It was like, here's something delicious, and here's like the worst green beans you've ever had in your whole life. I love it. What was y'all's favorite lunch in school? Did you have a favorite lunch? Like a favorite middle school, high school lunch? Spaghetti was absolutely like top tier school lunch for me. The pizza could not even compare to the spaghetti day, for sure. Although pizza day is kind of amazing. Hooray for pizza day! Hooray for pizza day! but it is pizza day was always like dry. The thing was dry, you know. I went to public school and ate school lunch every day in middle school. High school, I also ate school lunch every day, but I mainly only ate chicken fingers, which was fine. Yeah, school lunch was great. Caretaker, you made your own lunches. Did you have a favorite though? Do you have like this? Did you make the same thing all the time? I know Gwen, when she was a kid, used to have like peanut butter sandwiches for lunch, like literally every day. It was like every day. The yeast rolls, yeah, with like the square pat of butter that was so solid that you could break your teeth on it. Always asked for juice. Juice was good. Yeah, I never got the milk. The milk was always really weird. I don't know. I never liked school lunch milk. Caretaker's lunch: deli meat, cheese slices, and lettuce or cucumber. Oh yeah, that sounds great. That's a good lunch. I could eat that lunch. I'd eat that lunch now. I had school lunch every single day. And it was great. Like, I did not like waiting in line. That I didn't like. Calvin gets school lunch every day now. He didn't used to. For a long time I packed him lunch. And in 4th grade, he started wanting school lunch. Which kind of broke my heart. I'm not gonna lie. I loved packing him lunch. I also loved knowing what he had for lunch, and that what he had for lunch was good. So I do miss it. If I had the choice, I would pack him lunch every day. I'd probably not do school lunch. The primary reason though is nutrition is like part of it. Certainly a part of it. But he tells me that he has to like, oh, we had to wait in line. Like, it took me so long to get my lunch that like I only had a few minutes to eat. And I'm like, okay, there's a solution to this. The solution is bring your lunch and then just sit and eat right away. But that's not cool, and it's not as good, and whatever. And he likes school lunch, so that's fine. Oh, and the other portion is it's free, so that's also really nice. Because I don't have to like buy lunch stuff. So budgetarily, it's free. It's not that free. I pay my taxes, and he gets the benefit of that by getting lunch. So, yeah, well, my schools are far more packed. He's like, oh, we have I can use a microwave. I was like, how many people use the microwave at lunchtime? First off, question, how many microwaves are there? 1. How many people use the microwave at lunch? I don't know, like 10 or 15. I'm like, okay, so each of those people is using the microwave for minimum 1 minute. If you are not the first or second person in line and you have a 20-minute lunch, like, do the math. Your food's not even going to cool down enough from being in the microwave for you to eat it. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Whatever. Children don't make any sense. So that's fine. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 onions here. We're going to process all 8 of these onions. We're going to chop them. In order to process these, I need 2 things. 1, I need a container to put them in. Several containers to put them in. I don't know how many cups this is going to be, but it will certainly be less than 12. So we're going to do containers. And the other thing we need for processing 8 onions is goggles. because I cannot have happen what happened when I was just doing 2. Multiply that times 4, and I can't see. Oh my God. When I got to go to the teacher's lounge, it felt like I broke a fourth wall. I believe you. To this day, Wauma, hold on. I have to take this microphone off my hat. It's gonna get busted. Last year, I was at Calvin's school, and I went into the teacher's lounge for something, and I was like, I felt like I was gonna get in trouble. I felt legitimately like I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. I was like, I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be doing this. It felt wrong. And so yeah, it must feel weird if you're like invited in. I was only in there because I was like using the bathroom. Pat, welcome in. Yeah, you gotta do the goggles for the onion. For cutting up 8 onions, goggles are kind of necessary. I don't really care if they look silly. It doesn't matter to me. You know why? Because my eyeballs are gonna feel the same at the end of this as they felt at the beginning. That's not true. That's also not true. They're gonna feel like they've been sucked out of my head because the pressure of goggles is weird. So yeah, it is. It's fine though. They make actual goggles for onions specifically, but I don't know that there's actually a difference. I've seen them in kitchen stores. They're like onion goggles, and I'm like, aren't those just goggles? Like, what's different? Like, they're the same thing, right? They have to be. I think they are. I don't really know, honestly. Okay, so just like point of fact, my sloppy joe is on the stove. It's completely it's off now. So it's finished, but it is just cooling down to the point that I can package it. So we're letting that cool. We'll package that later in stream. We'll definitely get to it. I felt like an imposter. Yeah, getting to use a microwave at lunchtime is like, what? I remember when I was a kid, like there was no microwave in school. I remember getting a microwave at my house and being like, whoa, it's the future. And then I remember feeling worried about using it because it was like this big machine that you know, apparently if you stood in front of it, your head exploded or something. I don't know. I'm so glad the internet didn't exist back then because there would have been all sorts of theories. It's funny what persists. You know, there's all sorts of like urban legends or urban myths and rumors and stuff that is like happened well before the internet. So I think it's kind of funny because like those things they're still like around, but they're just being perpetuated differently. All right, I'm cutting all of these and getting them ready to dice, and then we're going to dice kind of everything all at once. Instead of doing like an onion start to finish, I'm doing kind of a 2-step process here. Although I think when I do get to the dicing aspect of these, there's not gonna be a third step. So each onion that comes out, I'm gonna fully finish and then pack or put into a container. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to just start chopping these and fill these containers as I can. Again, because each recipe calls for the same amount of onion, I think what I'll do is weigh I'm just going to do this by weight. And I have like a bunch of these containers. I'm using 3 of the same exact container. So I'm not weighing them to start. I don't need to do that. We're just going to weigh these as kind of at the end when I'm fully finished chopping all of them. And then we'll figure out like, okay, this is how much goes into each bag, essentially. So 8 onions, that's 16 halves. Go. Oh, one of my teachers had a salad bar? What? Okay. Do you guys hate the kids? It's so funny. I have a friend who is a teacher, who actually teaches at Calvin's school. And he doesn't teach his grade yet. He's a different grade teacher. But I saw him last year. It was his first year at the school. And I saw him at back to school night. And it was weird because this is a guy who I have like been camping with and who I've known for a long time, who like used to be a very different person, right? Used to be a totally different person. And that's not true. He was always the same, like super dedicated, really nice, like kind, smart, like very, very capable human. It just took him a while to like get into figuring out kind of what he wanted to do, which was be a teacher. Anyway, my point in all of that is that I saw him at back to school night at the end of, I saw him back to school night last year and was like, hey, what's up? Like, Mr. Last Name friend, good to see you. And he was just like, it was so weird. It was really awkward because I've never called him that in my life. Like, I've never, never referred to him by his last name. That's odd. It's not normal, like, friend behavior. And he's not one of those friends who goes by their last name. Do y'all have those friends? The friend who's like, whose name is their last name. He's not that. So it was very funny. I do love that he works there though. It's just like another person who like knows my kid who could be like a trusted adult, which is awesome. I also love when I go to visit the school, I always leave little notes in his mailbox and I'm like, hey, you're doing a great job. You're my favorite teacher. And like, I'll sign it, Lou. But I always leave him like little love notes in his box, in his little old school mailbox at the front. Because who doesn't love a handwritten note, right? Who doesn't love like getting mail? Or something of that nature. I love sending people little notes or like passing little notes. I was never a note passer in school, but I do love like a handwritten thing. If you've ever gotten Cookie Club stuff from me, you know what I'm talking about. I always do a little note in the boxes. But speaking of Cookie Club, we will be doing Cookie Club this at the beginning of September. I got out of it this month because summer really hit. The end of August is always really tough. Last year, I look back, and last year at this time we also skipped Cookie Club in August, and I was like, oh, yeah, okay, that's why. But we'll be back on it this month. Anyway, I always put a little handwritten note in the Cookie Club boxes. Wilma, you miss when your friends mailed each other notes. That's cute. I do love a handwritten note. I don't write letters very often. I will say whenever I start talking to someone new and we're like getting to know you kind of situation, getting to know like their cadence, like what, how frequently they are of a communicator, that type of thing. I'm always very clear. I'm like, I'm probably not going to text you every day or every other day. Like, I prefer. Imagine my communication is more aligned with someone who is writing letters, like by candlelight. Like literally, I don't want to text you all day or really at all. Like, I would love to text you 2 to 3 paragraphs to respond to the conversation, and then, ask questions and like communicate every 4 to 5 days. I am guilty of not texting my own family back, my parents, etc. Group chats, forget it. I am an unenthusiastic participant. I want to be in the chat, but I do not want to actually communicate. Give them homework. Yeah, I ask questions. It's not just like, hey, how was your day? I don't give a shit how your day was. It's probably fine. It's probably just another day in this hellscape like the rest of us. What else is new? Woman, that's super cute. Keeping stuff like that is so nice. It's nice to be able to look back on. They leave me on red. I just don't. If I look down at my phone and a group chat has more than 10 messages in it, I may not even read them. I'm just terrible, though. At least I'm upfront about it. I'm like, hey, if we're gonna like start hanging out, like, you just need to know that I'm not gonna. I have zero patience for the like interstitial, how was your day communication. I don't want to do it. I have no patience for that at all. How was my day? It was great. It was going great, and now it's not, because you expect me to respond to this. Never, just weird. Weird pictures are great. See, that's where I like the responses. Do y'all use responses when you text? Do you know what I mean when I say that? The like thumbs up. You know how you can just like give a message a thumbs up or like an okay or exclamation points or something like that. I know that they have these on Android and iPhone, so it's not platform exclusive. That's, for me, that's where those are perfect. Because it's like, I don't need to respond and be like, where did you find that meme? It's so clever. Or like, I don't need to say, that's really funny. It was really funny. I like just doing I'll do like the response thing every once in a while. Like that's my level of like, okay, if you need an immediate thing from me, I will do that. Fudge darlings, just like, here's an emoji. Exactly. Yeah, exactly that though. It's like when people were like, put a 1 in the chat if blah blah blah. Like, it's just your easiest like barrier to entry, Put a 1 in the chat if you have a keyboard. Or whatever. Or more like, I guess that's not a great example. It's more like the like, hey, put a cookie emoji in chat if you have it. I'm like, okay, I can do that. That I can do. That's cute, Woma. That's super funny. And that's like, that's more, that type of communication, I think, is what I'm talking about. Like, I thought of you. I took the time to do this thing. That is deserving of a response, right? Whoever chats next gets farted on, Otho. Sorry about your luck. Yeah, exactly, Fudge Darling. The cookies. Just like, people who, I don't know. I'm happy to just drop a like a haha on a funny picture, as long as the person who is sending that funny picture isn't like, hey, what did you think of my, what did you think of it? I'm like, I thought it was funny. That's why I put haha. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Some people get really offended by that though. They really don't love the emoji only response. To which I'm like, okay, but like you can choose. You can either I will either respond with an emoji or not at all. Which would you prefer? I do. Do y'all have people in your life that you send read receipts to? The thumbs up are kind of sarcastic. They kind of are. To a point. I think it depends on the context. If it's about logistics, then it's a little bit more like, okay, I understand. But if someone was like, hey, I really liked that song that you sent me, and you send back like a thumbs up, it's like, all right. Then it's a little passive aggressive. But like, hey, I'm running a few minutes late. I'll be there shortly. Thumbs up. Saw it. Don't need to acknowledge. Don't need to acknowledge past that. Got it. We're good. Understood. And I feel like that's me as a 41-year-old man. That is how I interpret them. I understand that the youth see things very differently and have different reads on all of those situations. So I don't pretend to know, like, culturally if my responses are appropriate or not. I know that my intention is what it is, and like if you have questions about how to interpret that, like feel free to ask. Right, Joe, what's going on? Howdy. Howdy. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm not an enthusiastic texter. I'm trying to get better though. I really am. There's so many places to receive communications though. Like that's the hard part. I'm still very beholden to email. In the way of like, you know, I look at email for freelance projects and you know, email is basically like if anybody out there, not you, not folks listening, although maybe feel free to respond if you are. Anything that I do that I earn money from goes through email. So to me, email is my number one priority. And if I have several emails to respond to, that's it. That's it for my capacity for the day. I'm done. We're good. I will not be looking at, oh my God. I'll not be looking at anything for just a moment. You know, if I wrote 5 emails today, all like thorough, in-depth responses to like questions that people had about like work stuff or whatever, like I'm probably not gonna then like go in and check out what's happening, you know, on my Instagram messages or Discord or whatever. It's just sort of, if you see me responding in Discord, know that that's really the only place that day that I really like responded to things. It's like today was a Discord day. Tomorrow will not be. Which is why if you want to get me on Discord, message me right at the end of the month. Pro tip. Because I will guaranteed be in Discord responding to messages for Cookie Club. So if you're like, hey, here's a message about something that's not Cookie Club related, like that's when I'm gonna see it for sure, is when I'm in there for Cookie Club stuff. Cinderella, what do you do with Squid Ink otherwise? Do you write with it? Like, speaking of communication, is that like a writing thing? I'm just kidding. I know it's not. I don't think I knew that you could actually buy like the ink. Woman, that's super cute. You're also very like creative and artistic, and I appreciate that you use that in a way that's very like connecting for the people in your life. That's super cute. I got it for free. Okay. Where does one get free squid ink? Like you got a guy like on the corner who's just like, hey, I got that ink, and you're like, what kind of ink you got? And he's like, got the squid ink. I don't know. Okay, so we chopped all the onions. Let's do some weight here. I know it's a cosplay. It's like the ink pusher, right? What's the guy in that comic strip, Watchmen ink blot or whatever? Like that's his side hustle, is like selling squid ink to restaurants directly. It's gotta be. It couldn't be anything else. All right, let's weigh this and then we will interpret how much per bag, how many grams of onions per bag. Okay, so we have tared our scale. So we have torn 557 plus 495 equals, my calculator's not working. It didn't work earlier today. 557 plus 495 equals, it's literally not working. I have to do this on my phone. That's annoying. I hate having to pick up my phone to do anything, as per previously stated. 557 plus 495 equals 1052 divided by 9 equals 116 grams of onion per bag. Okay, got it. That's great. Onions are over there. Onions are like now just gone. We don't have those anymore. I can take this bowl off the counter. Yay, that's kind of amazing. Chopped up 9, 10, 11 onions today. It's a good outlay of onions. I just realized where I was like, Gwen left the house a few minutes ago. I was like, where is she going? And she's picking Calvin up from camp. I was like, where are they going right now? That's weird. Okay, so we prepped the onions. Garlic is next. Okay, need to chop all the garlic. So I need 3, 9, 18, 27 cloves of garlic. That's too many to do on the mandolin. We're gonna do the garlic in the food processor. We're gonna do the garlic in the food processor. 27 cloves of garlic. Holy shit. We're gonna fill one of these with garlic cloves. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. I got it. I got a lot of free weird food things through Vine. You mean you mean Vine of the mid 2000s? That Vine? Or a different Vine? 3. What do they say? 27, 9, 18, 27. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Amazon Vine. Never heard of it. Never heard of it, but can I get free things? Is that a thing? How do I get free things? I rarely get to use that emote. I mean, context is everything, Roma, but nothing is genuinely stopping you, right? 6, 8, 9. Okay, that's 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know, they make not make, but you can buy pre-peeled garlic and I don't love that, but as I'm doing this right now, I'm like, maybe I could have invested in some pre-peeled garlic today. Try being Vanilla, try being an asshole on the internet. Got it. Easily achievable. How was your recent purchase? Terrible. Send me more things, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I am going to use the food processor for this because this would be an absolutely unhinged amount of garlic to chop with by hand. Like I can't even imagine. I can imagine. I'm imagining it, and that's why I'm not going to do it. Okay, that's way more than 27 cloves, but that is the right amount. That's 3 whole heads of garlic. So 1/3 of a bulb of garlic. No. Yeah, 1/3 of a bulb of garlic per recipe is the ratio here. We are going to chop these though. Let's get that. I have to take the bottoms and the stems and the paper off of here. So I'm going to do that now. 2 hours and 41 minutes on my roast over there. I can smell it. It's smelling very good. I'm not opening it because you can't, because you're definitely not supposed to do that. How's this sloppy Joe? All right. Well, this has come along really nicely. It's thick, and I can package that in a little bit here. So let's get our garlic. We're gonna get the garlic tube out. That's definitely the right usage and timing for this garlic tube is this. Now, did that work? No, not for this one. But that's fine. That's fine. We'll just do this one. We'll just do all of them by hand. Annoying. But it is how it is. I think you have to do these individually with the garlic tube. Or maybe it's just not working for me today. Who knows? I don't. I literally don't. If I knew, I would have just said it out loud. What I do want to do here, though, is I think I'm going to chop. I think I'm going to process these. I'm going to chop and pound. And then we'll peel them separately. Because I think stopping in the middle of things is a little annoying when you're doing a bulk process of anything. But again, I'm not chopping these with a knife by hand. I'm going to get the food processor out and do that in there. Reggie the Veggie, welcome in. Hey, Reggie, I like your name. I also like veggies. We can be friends. I'm assuming you like veggies. I mean, I make assumptions were made. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome in. We're doing some basic vegetable stuff today. Basic vegetable things, meaning potatoes, onions, and garlic primarily. Those are like the big ones on the agenda today. I also did a little bit of work already for my sloppy joes, which I made and are on the stove. I say they as if it is not just one pot of meat. So it is we're doing a big old meal prep day today. This is all for the start of the school year. My son is starting school on Monday and will be kind of in the thick of things for the next couple weeks as the schedule shakes out, as emotions shake out, and big changes shake out. So I need a bunch of easy meals that are crock pot friendly and you know, low to no effort meals on the day of. High effort in the prep, but meal prepping for a bunch of hours and then, you know, getting basically what amounts to like 12-ish days worth of meals that take very little time. Super worth it. Super worth it. This is more efficient. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Good to have you. Start in 2 weeks. Yeah, some folks already went back, which is kind of crazy. We are on the Philadelphia School District schedule, so we start on Monday, and then we have kind of 2 weeks of school, and then it's Labor Day weekend here in the United States. Reggie says, I am not vegetarian, as some think. Speaking as someone who has an entire full tattoo arm sleeve of vegetables, I get mistaken for vegetarian / vegan all the time. I don't want to say mistaken. Mistaken's not the right word. People assume. It is assumed when I talk to people, when I meet people, you know, when they like see my picture and then we chat and it's like, oh, are you a vegetarian? I'm like, no. No, I'm just a weirdo. Sorry. Ah, you're from England. Okay. That do y'all do regular like summer break for your schools? I know for us, we have some schools in our region that do trimesters. So they have like, you know, longer breaks more frequently. Or they have shorter long breaks. Three shorter breaks a year for like a couple weeks at a time, which I always found to be fascinating. Like their summer breaks are shorter, but they also get like a ton of time off in what feels like weird times of the year, and that to me is like, oh, that's when people go on holiday. In Philly, every once in a while they'll be like, because I live in Philadelphia, East Coast, US, Pennsylvania. And it's a pretty big tourist city. And every so often we'll get, I'll be like walking around and there'll be like a bunch of tourists all from like the same country. And I'm like, oh, y'all are on school break. Because it's always families. It's like, you know, it's almost always families. Rarely eat red meat. Yeah, same. And today I'm actually making a bunch of stuff with red meat, and it feels really weird because I don't cook with it very often, and I definitely don't eat it very often. But a few of the things that my family was like, hey, we'd really like to try that. We'd like to have that. That sounds good. Were beef. So the dish that we're having tonight for dinner, which is in the slow cooker, and then the one of the preps that I'm doing today is beef stew. Which is weird. It's the most beef I've ever done on stream before, and it's not close. Avo, I should put a chicken wing on there. I've thought about it. I've thought about just having a little like disclaimer somewhere, like up in here that says like not vegetarian. but counterpoint, I don't want to discount that I might be in the future. So I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? News Junkie, welcome in. The Stephanie. Wait, no. Stepha P. Sorry. Apologizes in Canadian. Jordy, welcome in. Hello. Just do cuts of meat on the other arm. I've thought about that too, Cyborg. I've definitely thought about making like this whole arm like processed foods. Big Doug, welcome in. Cosidius, welcome in. If I'm saying your name incorrectly, please let me know. I'm happy to, say it correctly if you let me know. But otherwise, welcome in, y'all. Friend of the stream, the news junkie. Hopefully you had a good stream. We love a talk show and podcast stream. I love chatting. I'm not a gamer myself. Sorry to disappoint. For those of y'all who came in expecting gaming, shock. The stream that has the word eat in it is about food. Welcome in, y'all. First order of business. Follows are completely silent and anonymous. If you are new to the stream, whether you came in with a raid or you've just been kind of lurking, if you hit the follow button, there's nothing happens. There's no alerts or sounds. I don't even say hi to you. No acknowledgement. Completely anonymous follows. If you want attention, say hi in chat. Otherwise, just enjoy your lurk. This is a food stream. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer for work. I'm a recipe developer and tester for work. I'm also a parent. I live in Philadelphia, which is East Coast of the United States. My pronouns are he, they. I'm glad you're here. Welcome in. This stream is all about cooking and conversation, so it's not really an instructional stream. I'm not going to teach you how to cook anything. The vibe here is you're at your friend's house, sitting at the kitchen counter, and we're just chatting while I'm making dinner or whatever it is I'm making. Often it's meal prepping, which is what we're doing today. Occasionally, I'm doing like a weeknight dinner, which you may find instructional. We do baking. We do prep for camping trips, like tent camping out in the woods. If you're into channel points, we just had a channel point redeem go off that for the next roughly 80 seconds or so, there's a channel point reward you can click to get entries for Cookie Club. We also do baking. We bake cookies at least once a month and send them out to the community members. So welcome in, y'all. It's nice to have you. Right now we're peeling 30 plus cloves of garlic by hand. I'm going to reset real quick here because my hands are super sticky and this is becoming difficult to do. All the little paper is sticking to my hands. Where's my towel? There it is. We got it. Big Doug, we have a chef in our group too. She hates tiramisu. You know, I see that. My kid hates tiramisu. He doesn't hate it. He's not into the it's a texture thing for him, and he's a very, very good like eater, generally speaking. And it's like texture. He doesn't like coffee. I made a corn tea tiramisu recently, and he was like, oh yeah, I'll try it. And he tried it, and he was like, still don't like it. So I get it. I personally love tiramisu and would eat all of it all of the time. When he didn't like it, I was like, cool, more for me. Booty's Moonshine, welcome in. I have the same pink scale. Isn't it great? The Iscali kitchen scale. It's so reliable. I love how it doesn't, it takes longer to turn off on its own than other kitchen scales when it's like on a battery, which like this one's only on a battery. It's the downside of it is you can't plug it in. The upside is that it will stay on for a while, which I love. Also, you can just wipe it off with like a rag. It's perfect. I use it all the time. I'm a big believer in cooking with numbers and using math, not using math. But we do a lot of cooking with grams. Here you go. Proof. Metric emotes in chat if you have them. See what I did there? Hey. We were talking about people who say that earlier, who were like, throw that emote in chat if you have it. One's in chat if you're alive. You know, whatever. Don't do that. Or do. I don't really care. You can put whatever you want in chat. I mean, up to a point. Whatever. That was not an invitation for shenanigans. Or was it? It's fine. Obviously, someday he'll enjoy coffee and alcohol, and then he'll like tiramisu. Facts. I love coffee. I also love alcohol, but I don't drink. But I do kind of love it, and that's why I don't drink. Anyway, more on that later. Or not at all. We could talk about it if you want. It's the grittiness. Yeah, it is. It has a strange mouthfeel. It's like unexpected. It's like, oh, like What do you mean this is a cookie? This tastes like mashed sand. And in my brain, I'm like, yeah, mashed sand, let's go. But I get it. I get why people don't like it. I will say one of my things about liking versus not liking foods is, for me, if I don't like something, I don't intentionally make it, right? Like, I don't love stewed tomatoes. I don't love like roasted tomatoes, right? Hot, soft, whole tomatoes with their skin on, I don't love. And yet, anytime I encounter them when I'm out in the world, if it's like a dish, right? Like I'll go out to eat somewhere and it'll have like, it'll be like a fish, but it'll have like roasted tomatoes as part of the dish. I'll eat them. In those circumstances, I'll eat them. I'll just like, I'll go for it. I'll eat the whole thing. There's nothing I really hate that I won't physically eat. I do have food. I have some food allergies. I'm allergic to a bunch of different nuts. So like, yeah, I won't eat peanuts because then I'll die. But like, there's no real food that I'm like, no, hard no. I would say maybe, that's not true. I think the like beef tartare is probably a hard no for me. I can't. Like, I can't. The idea of this like raw beef, eating it, like, I'm good. I'll eat raw fish, but like, I'm good on the beef. I don't know. There's something about it. So maybe that's it. Maybe that's my hard no. My only hard no for food is, for eating food is, yeah, beef tartare probably. Well, that was a lot of garlic. That was this many garlic. We're going to put all of this in a food processor and, yeah, I'm going to put all of that in a food processor and blend it up, chop it. This little bowl that I've got going on here is for my freezer. We do our own homemade stock here pretty regularly. This has 11 onions worth of scraps in it. Yeah, 11 onions worth of scraps plus 30 plus cloves of garlic worth of scraps. I think that's going to do it because I don't usually put potato scraps in my stock because they get really starchy and end up kind of making the stock really viscous and thick and also super cloudy. Not that I'm concerned about cloudiness for homemade stock, but it's a consideration mainly from the texture and thickness of it. I don't really use it for that purpose. So I'm also not going to peel these potatoes. So functionally, there's not going to be any scraps from them because I don't peel potatoes. There's certain things I don't peel. I don't peel potatoes and I don't peel carrots. So let's put this in a bag so that I have so it's just out of the way. Start a new bag. Next stream, I don't know if it's in the next stream, but in a stream coming up very shortly, we need to make stock because I have a freezer drawer full of these gallon bags of like vegetable scraps, chicken scraps. We're going to have more chicken scraps from today because we have to process the chicken breasts because those have bones in them. Partially, I got them with the bones in them for stock purposes, mainly because they were cheaper that way, but partially because I could just reuse the bones. Buddhist Moonshine says weight is better than volume. I hard agree on that. Like, completely agree. Oh, Bellis, that's super cute. I love that. I like that they stepped around it too. That makes it like, oh, I'm sort of respecting the space. That's really cute. Y'all, in my freezer here, I don't know if you ever look in my freezer just casually while I'm streaming, you know that it's usually like full up on the shelves here. I emptied the entire top shelf in anticipation of putting bags in there to freeze. So we've done a little small bit of pre-planning today, which is exciting. Okay, we are going to put these in the food processor now, so that I can just kind of move on to the next thing after that. The next thing after that is going to be what? Potatoes, then carrots, then combine the spices, chicken breasts, thighs, chorizo, then we assemble. So we still have a bit of work to do today. This is a lot of work. It is for, you know, at least 11, I would say probably 12 total meals worth of food that we're making today. So that's why I have sort of all of this, you know, that's why I'm peeling 30 cloves of garlic, right? Because otherwise we're just making garlic chicken and that would be really delicious. 30 clove of garlic chicken. Isn't there some recipe that's like 100 clove chicken or something like that? I think there is. Okay, so I don't have a smaller food processor than this, so this is the one we're using. If I had a smaller one, I would, but this is fine. This will do. Move this out of the way. So we're doing all of our produce first, and then we'll do the meat last. Because once the meat is on the counter, it kind of changes the dynamic, and then we'll have to clean afterward. So once I'm finished processing all the meat, then we'll clean up the counter and get ready to like dump everything in the different little bags. Okay, so we're gonna put this on my scale. I'm gonna pulse this garlic in here for a little bit. Well, yes, I do think that. I mean, yeah, street artist. Yeah, technically and factually. Wow, that was a lot easier than doing it by hand. Who knew? I'm just kidding. Everyone knew. Anyone who's ever had a food processor was like, obviously. Look, are you serious? No, I'm not serious. I know that this is easier. Usually I do it by hand because I like to. Because now I have to wash this thing. But also, that happened in 35 seconds and not 35 minutes. It's the quietest food processor. Well, it probably is also the noise gate for my microphone. Ready? Let me make noise while it's on. Did you hear it? It's like in what movie was that? From when I say we, I was going to say from when we were children, but like, Ace Ventura, when he's got the door and he's like in the thing, and he's like, this proves that no one heard the thing. I don't know. Do we still like Jim Carrey? Is he still like a good person? Has he been in any like trouble with being a jerk? I feel like he hasn't. Maybe he has. I don't know. All right, so we have garlic. This is all chopped. Oh my God, this smells so good. So good. Yeah, I don't think so either. I also think that I need a smaller container for this. I don't need that much. That's too much space. It's too much space in there. I'm not going to be able to get the spoon down in there. Yeah, I don't think so either. I haven't heard anything, but I notably have my finger on the pulse of pop culture. So, if I haven't heard about it, that means that no one's heard about it. Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Well, I am willfully ignorant of pop culture. Like, extremely willfully and happily ignorant of anything. I love it. I don't care. I don't want to know. I don't want to know, and it makes zero difference to my life. So I'm happily and blissfully ignorant. 194 grams of chopped garlic. If you know anything about garlic, you know that that is a ton of garlic. Okay, 194 divided by 9 is 21.5 grams of garlic per bag. So garlic, 21.5 grams per bag. Beautiful. Okay. Garlic is done. Food processor is done. We do not need this anymore. We'll put that back in the cabinet right where it goes, because otherwise it is going to be in the way on the counter, both visually and emotionally. Okay, speaking of in the way, I want to package this Sloppy Joe now because it's I want to package the Sloppy Joe because it's easy to package. I can put it away and then it's not sitting on the stove behind me. I just want to continue loading up the sink with like the dirty stuff, the dirty dishes that have come into our lives. So come into our lives. We're just going to put this in quart containers. I got 1, 2, 3 of those. That's 3 lids. I think this is, I have a note here that a double batch of this makes 10 cups. So if my math is, if that statement is accurate, it will fill 2 of these plus 1 of these. So 4 cups per. So I'm glad you made it home. Always good to hear. I have this like parental instinct whenever that I am streaming and I'm aware that you're like out and in the car for work. I have this parental instinct to always be like, drive safe. I hope you're driving safe. I know you are. I know you are. I believe it. If you're not, don't tell me. Or do, and just be like, look, don't worry about it. My safe is different than your safe. Okay. Let's package this. So this is Sloppy Joe. This is onions and peppers and beef, garlic, a bunch of different herbs and spices I put in here. Dry, all dried, nothing fresh. This is all like dried stuff. But this is basically 1 meal per container. This is 4 cups of Sloppy Joe is 1 meal plus leftovers. So this is a good like bit of food right here. And all of this is going to get frozen. The Sloppy Joe is not for today. So this is for, despite the fact that I cooked it, this is also a meal prep situation. Today, I have a beef pot roast in the slow cooker behind me. On the counter, it looks like it has 2 hours and 14 minutes left on it. 2 hours and 14 minutes will have been 7 hours. So it may need another hour after that. It may need it may be an hour overcooked. I don't know. But I followed some basic directions for it. I added a little bit. I zhuzhed it a little bit. So it's a little different from the recipe that I was loosely following. But not that much different. One of the biggest differences between the recipe that I had, which was basically for ratios and weights and all that, the biggest difference is that I seared the beef chunks before I put it into the cooker. So it has a little bit of additional browning. So what I did, though, which I thought was quite clever, it calls for What's this? This is an onion that I didn't chop. There's one fucking onion left on the counter. Anyway, I'm going to put that in the cabinet. We're going to forget that that one exists. We don't need that one. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. It's a problem. I'm literally going to think about it for the entire rest of stream. It's going to bother me that it's going to bother me that it's in there. It's going to bother me that it's in there. And Twinderella says, Lou never feels that way because I never go anywhere. Listen, well, you don't, Twinderella, you don't tell me that you're actively like listening to the stream like in the car. So now, to be fair, to their credit, Sofa isn't telling me like I'm typing, like I'm actively driving. I'm aware of what you're sort of doing, and I know that you're like out in the world, but not like actively like running a taxi company and driving 100% of the time. You know what I mean? Like I'm aware that you're managing it safely. I'll say that. Okay. I had, hold on. That needs to go in the sink. This is good. This can go in the back. Whoa, I have a soup in here thawing for later in the week. So we're just going to put these three, excuse me, Sloppy Joe containers in here in the fridge. And those are cool, ready to cool down. Beautiful. Beautiful. A rogue onion. It is a rogue onion. Fudge Johnny says, my 13-year-old tells me to drive safe all the time. Yeah, I hope he remembers later too. I think about that when I'm in the car with Calvin and he's like, can you put on music for me? Can you like put something on? Whatever. You know, and I'm like, okay, I have to actively remember, like, stop the car before you like look down at your phone and like scroll through music. You know what I mean? Like, I have to remember to be a good example, and that is hard. That is definitely a hard thing to do. It's, you know, we didn't have, I want to be like, we didn't have those distractions growing up, but like I had a book of CDs on the seat next to me that I was like flipping through, you know. I'm parked when I pop in. I believe you. And I know that for me as a parent, I like try to drive safely, and I'm imagining that the folks who listen on their phone also do that. Deep Sound Dispatches, welcome in. Hello. Good evening. Good evening to you too. It is 15:16 for me. It's almost evening. It feels like evening. It's about to rain, so close enough. Close enough. It certainly is. The weather outside is very evening coded for me. It is 3:15 p.m. where I am. Okay. So we have cut the onion. We have cut the garlic. We have potatoes. Oh, hold on. I'm putting packed sloppy joes on my list so I can cross it off. Y'all do that? When you make a list, do you put something on it that you've already done? I always do. I'm jealous of his handicap placard. Right? That I believe. Like, hey, I got to park all the way over here, and you get to just pull up. That's amazing. That is genuinely really funny though. Potatoes and carrots are only for the beef stew. So 3 cups of carrots, 3 cups of potatoes. That's super straightforward. So basically, instead of doing that, I'm gonna fill some containers with carrots and potatoes. So I'm gonna take one of these containers. This container is 4 cups. So I'm gonna fill this with carrots, chopped carrots. I'm gonna fill this with potatoes. And I'm gonna do, it says a cup per recipe. A cup of chopped potatoes is not that much. So we're gonna do 2 cups per recipe. So actually, let's fill up some of these containers. So 2 cups of carrots. So this is 3. 2 cups of carrot potatoes. That's 3. All right, we'll fill up. No. If I'm doing 2 cups of each, this is a 4-cup container. So I can just fill 3 of these instead of 6 of these. Big brain. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Phew. 10:17. And something strange, I'm alive. You know, being alive is really weird. I mean, we are literally electrified meat. So when you stop to think about it, don't, because you'll have an existential crisis. Meat freaking out. Anyway, that's how I wake up every morning, just in a state of like weird existential panic. Anyway, enough about me. Let's cut some potatoes. So I'm going to fill halfway with potatoes, halfway with carrots, each of these. Let me wash my hands first before we get into all of that, because I'm going to use them to cut food with. My hands, that is. Once we are finished with the bag, finished with all the prep here, I am in dire need of triaging the sink. When I say triaging the sink, what I mean is the sink is full of dishes. There's a lot of them. I would like to not end the stream today, which we're not doing yet at all. I would like to not end the stream with the sink looking like it's looking over there. So we're going to, just like a heads up, in a little while, we're going to take a pause. And we're going to take a pause and do that. Reggie, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Potatoes.
Potatoes. Y'all, I know we weren't talking about this at all. Calvin finished reading the Lord of the Rings series this summer. His summer goal, my summer challenge to him, he's 11. He just turned 11, by the way. My summer challenge to him this year was to read all 3 books. And he did. And so there's 2 things that happened. Well, one, he was like, I want to watch the movies. And I was like, no, you don't get to watch the movies until you've read the books. If you want to watch the movies, you read the books first. Sorry, hill that I will die on. Hill that I will die on. Books are better. Also, where was Tom Bombadil in the movies? Anyway, we're not going to get into that because I'll get sad. He read all of them. What about The Hobbit? He read that too. Although he read that before the summer started. Anyway, the other thing was that I told him that if he read all of the books, that I would start taking karate. I said, if you read the end of all 3 books before the end of the summer, before the end of summer break, I'll take karate with you. So when I say our schedule is going to change this fall, what I mean is I'm going to need to go to karate classes, which is fun. It's just I love like exercisey sort of physical stuff like that. So I'm very like I'll be into it. And he's been on Gwen and I to do that with him, and Gwen's like, absolutely not. I am not interested in doing that at all. For a variety of reasons, all of which are valid. Also, no is a complete sentence, and anyway. So we're gonna start taking karate too, which is kind of cool. Trina says there's only one instance I ever liked the movie more than the book because the movie didn't kill off a character. Oh, interesting. I feel like I had that happen. Was it a show? I don't recall. That happened to me. Oh, I know what it was. Yeah. Oh no, this was a TV show. Sorry, I'm thinking of. Sorry, having a totally different thought. I was thinking of a series, Twinderella, that in the TV show the character dies, and in the books they do not. Which I feel like is kind of sort of common. Having that circumstance going in either direction is kind of common. First the movie, and after the books of first movie and after books movies. I can respect it. I can also respect the fact that the book is a different investment of time than a movie, and that like, hey, I just want to understand this classic story or any story, and have that be like a thing, really. For something like the Lord of the Rings, I was like, you got to read the books first. You know, that's for my own sort of benefit, because my thought was, if he watches the movies, he's never going to read the books. Like, he's just never going to read them. And so I was like, okay, you just gotta read the books, and then we'll watch the movies, and like that's just how it is. So, I love when the weather changes too. I know we're entering soup season, and I'm absolutely here for it. Like, violently here for soup season. Like, aggressively ready for soup season. That's how I would describe myself. And the tail end of that story is that this weekend we're probably going to watch all 3 extended cuts of the Lord of the Rings movies, which I've been looking forward to all summer. Just I've been anticipating getting to do that at some point, and usually I do that like once a year. I haven't yet. I haven't in a while, and I'm very much ready for it. So I'm doing a few more potatoes than I intended, which is fine. I don't think there's any reason to like go light here. Everybody in the house loves potatoes. Like, it's not going to be an issue if there's a few more. And functionally, oh, hold on. We have a secret potato over here. Oh, I didn't, hold on. No, okay. I still have way more potatoes than I thought I did. So no, we're not going to use all the potatoes. I'm in fact going to save those potatoes for soup, probably. What I was getting at is that we will probably need some additional space here to fill the rest with carrots. These are going in 1 gallon Ziploc bags along with a bunch of meat, and they're all going to kind of pack in. My thought is, if I end up having too much for each bag, I'm just going to put these in some vacuum seal bags instead of the freezer bags, instead of like using Ziploc bags, which I'd considered doing anyway. Reggie asked if I made the bread thing from Lord of the Rings, the lembas bread. I have not. I know that there's a recipe for it sort of floating around, but I don't know what it is. They were on nonstop from your first 2 pregnancies. That's kind of fun. I love that. Comfort movies. 489, 503, 493, 507, 498, 498, 498, 503. There is There was one. I eyeballed these, and there was one potato piece difference between the three of them. I'm pretty damn happy with that. These are leftover potatoes. We're gonna put those in the bread and the army emeries. Yeah, I bet it's definitely. I bet the lembas probably lasts longer. At least in like the mythological sense, you know. Ooh, Discworld. Where have I heard this before? I feel like someone suggested this before. I'm not familiar. I am also, I made the joke earlier about like, oh, I know a lot about pop culture. I don't know anything about pop culture. I'm notably deficient on knowing anything about. I know about books, like generally speaking, some books, not all, not a lot. I'm not a prolific reader. I am an enthusiastic reader. I think there's a difference. Okay, so these are carrot the size of a baby arm. This thing is intimidating. I'm not gonna lie. Jesus. So I think we're gonna do like one carrot per batch, right? That seems reasonable. This carrot is the size of a baby arm if your baby is massive. This is fucking huge. The cinnamon swirl slab. I bet they were still good though. I'm just saying. I bet they were really fantastic. That reminds me, I have cinnamon rolls in the fridge. Like the ones that come in like the tube. Right? The ones that have the like Pillsbury tube of carrot. Obtuse carrots. They're something. Fucking, if someone's breaking into the house, I'm reaching for one of these things. We don't have those. No, that's probably good. It's probably better that you don't. Better that you don't. I love cinnamon rolls. They take a little bit of effort to make, though. They definitely they're a labor of love, or they can be. They're one of those things that if you don't make them regularly, they feel difficult. But I'm imagining that if you do them like all the time, it's just like a routine. And I guess it depends on what type of cinnamon roll we're talking about. Whether it's like, you know, whether you have to let it rise for a while. The recipe that when I make them is overnight proof in the fridge. So you really do have to like consider them ahead of time. All right, that is one carrot. This is 1 carrot worth. Now I'm gonna make an attempt at fitting all this in here. I am going to fail. Okay, great. Fine.
You're gonna be popular.
I'll teach you the right cohorts. You'll be good at sports. All the slang you've got to know. So let's start, 'cause we've got an awful long way to go. Don't be offended by my frank analysis. Think of it as personality dialysis. Now that I've chosen to become a pal, sister, advisor, there's nobody wiser. Anyway, that's the rest of that song. Poorly sung with the wrong words. Please enjoy. And now we get the note on the account that says you've used copywritten music in your broadcast and we don't like that and you need to stop doing that right now. Okay. I didn't hear anything. It didn't sound like Wicked to me. Sounded like nails on a chalkboard, but I could be mistaken. We're gonna balance these carrots out weight wise in a few moments here, so that I'm even, because I want an even distribution here of my ingredients. And so we're gonna chop, and then we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out after the fact. But these are big old carrots, so we're cutting these as we're cutting these in half, and then in half again, and then I'm chopping kind of down the length of them and cutting them into quarter moons, as it were. La 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 la, you'll be popular, just not quite as popular as me. Da-na-na-na. Okay, we're getting there. We're doing a lot of work in the pre lead up here, but none of this stuff gets cooked. I should like continue. I'm continuing to remind myself that once this all goes into a bag, I don't have anything else to do. Like I'm prepping everything sort of mise en place at once, but eventually it's all just going to go into a bag raw. So like these carrots are in their final form. We're not doing anything else with these today. We're not cooking them. They are what they are. All right, let's do weights: 261, 207, 317. Okay, so 286, 239, 260, 265, 261, 66, 59, 62, wait, 63, 62, 61. Close enough. All right, all three of our carrots and potatoes are done. That's lovely. This is a carrot left over. I got one too many carrots, which is fine. Again, it is soup season. We'll deal with that when we need to. Soon, probably next week, possibly this week. No, it's already Thursday. We're gonna do that's a next week problem. Chop the carrots. Okay, next is a bit more. So we're finished with chopping. Generally speaking, no more chopping. So we're good with our knife. We're good with my bench scraper. Let's bring those over to the counter. And good with the cutting board. So we're going to let me clean up a little bit here, because we're kind of moving into the next phase, which is dry stuff and cans. I'm still going to need my scale, so we'll leave that over there. Definitely going to need salt. Lots and lots of salt. None of this stuff is seasoned at all. And I also bought, did I buy no salt added? I did. One of the things I have is no salt added, so that's fun. We have an hour and 49 minutes left on my crock pot. I still haven't touched it. I'm not touching it, but I'm looking down in between where the little rivulets of drops have kind of slid down. I'm not gonna touch it, but I'm gonna give it like a little shake so it clears up. And I just want to see, oh yeah, we got liquid. Y'all, when you cook in a crock pot and like a big old chunk of meat and it just starts rendering the fat and all out of there, this thing had a cup of liquid, like a cup of liquid at the beginning, and now it's like full up. Like it's 3 inches of liquid. Yeet. Hello. Welcome. Okay. So, spices. So this is per recipe. So I want to measure out all my spices basically into 3 little bowls. And then when I put 1 bowl per recipe, 3 batches per bowl. Got it? Good. Okay. Let's move these to the side. I'm going to wipe my counter here because I have it had vegetables on it. Like we just need to wipe. I need to wipe my surface here before I do anything else. And not just dry wipe it with a towel. This is like, yeah, wipe the dries off. This is now no longer a hand drying towel. This is a counter wiping towel. So we're going to put this where the counter wiping towel goes. Everything has a place, as we know. Get my counter wipe. I'm just gonna wipe this down. I'm not spraying this down right now. We're just giving this a wipe with a wet rag, so it's not garlicky, frankly. There we go. Good. Okay. Much better. Looks better too. Look at that. There's a white counter underneath everything. Yay. Okay. Spices per recipe. So I have 3 different recipes here. One for beef stew, one for this is for pot roast, this is for sloppy joes. I don't actually need those recipes. Those can just go back over there. One for chicken and chorizo stew, one for chicken tikka masala. So let's just kind of review what we've got here. So the beef chuck cut into 1-inch cubes, we have that's in the fridge. Carrots, potatoes, onion, garlic, all sliced, all ready to go. Beef broth. I have that, but it is in boxes. So we're going to do that one by weight. Also, functionally, the beef broth is not going to go into the freezer bag. I think the beef broth is going to go... I think the beef broth is going to go into the crock pot after I add the stuff to it. So this is where we mix a bunch of stuff together. So tomato paste, Worcestershire, salt, black pepper, dried thyme, dried rosemary. Okay, so for the beef stew, we have liquid that doesn't go in the bag. Wait, no. This actually says to place the broth into the bag. Interesting. I guess maybe we can do that because we're freezing it. So yeah, all right, we're just going to do it. For a thicker stew, mix a tablespoon of cornstarch with 2 tablespoons of water and stir into the stew during the last 30 minutes. All right, we don't need to do that. That's not a concern. Okay, so all this stuff is going into a freezer bag. We're going to add the beef last. Let's get everything else together. So here's kind of the here's what we're doing now. We're going to take and put all of our ingredients together that are not vegetable, not meat, and put those in containers. We're going to weigh those containers. We're going to do those in like pint containers, and we're going to do those by weight so that I know basically just how much of each container to put into each bag. Similar to what we did with the vegetables, or what we're doing with the vegetables. Okay, so skinless, boneless chicken thighs, chorizo. This is for the chicken and chorizo stew. Chicken thighs and chorizo we're not dealing with those yet. Did the onion, did the garlic. Tomatoes, cumin, paprika, dried oregano, and tomato paste. Okay. But darling, 1,500 chat messages. Excellent. Y'all, did we hit 10,000 check-ins? I think I missed it. If we did, if you haven't checked in today and you're lurking and you want to check in, command check in, there's a not insignificant chance that you might be our 10,000th check-in. So if you're lurking and we're like, did I check in today? Feel free to give it a shot. I'm noting that we have 1,500, that your 1,500 chat messages reminded me that like hours ago, I was like, we're definitely going to hit this number of check-ins today. I don't know if we did or not. I haven't been paying attention. I feel like someone would have pointed it out if we did though. There's not going to be any special little things. It's not going to do anything when we hit 1,500 check-ins. It's just going to count it. Onion, tomatoes, salt, garlic, tomato puree, tikka masala paste. Okay, so let's do... I'm going to get as much of this stuff together as I can per recipe. Some of these just call for a 20-ounce can of tomatoes, or 28-ounce can of tomatoes. That's super straightforward. I just need to like open the cans and do the thing. So we're not combining those ingredients, but we're combining the like herbs, spices, and dry stuff. Okay, let's get 3 of the same container plus 1 for control weight. I love using these containers because they're all basically exactly the same. So, oh, this one's not. Wait, no. 15, 16, 17, 16. Okay, yeah, I mean these are all within 1 gram of each other, so it's all good. Okay, let's get our beef stew dry ingredients together. We have a teaspoon of salt. So three teaspoons of salt. Hey, bot, thank you for the check-in reminder. 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to do another one just for good measure. A teaspoon and a half of black pepper. Okay, this is the part where I'm like, I don't have enough black pepper. So let's do a little bit of grinding here. Because I'm like, oh wait, I actually need a bunch of black pepper for this. Or not a bunch, but like, it makes it better. It really does. What are these? Are these pink peppercorns? What kind of peppercorns are these? These might be Szechuan peppercorns. Those smell great. We're going to use those too. Yeah, these are pink. Some type of pink peppercorn. They might be Szechuan. They might not be. I don't really know, but they are peppercorns. So we're going to go ahead and use those. And let's get this to a moderate grind. And we're going to go ahead and grind pepper here for just a few minutes. Because we need a bunch. And I know that I don't have enough in my currently fresh ground pepper jar. So we're going to just kind of give this a few moments here and work through this. Gwen and Calvin are arriving home right now. So FYI, it's probably going to get a little bit more chaotic in here. I've been very kind of calm and organized this afternoon. I don't know what his energy is right now. I don't know what her energy is right now. I don't know what their collective energy is, having just driven home together. I don't know if anyone's overstimulated or hungry or in a silly mood, or if they're annoyed at each other. If they're annoyed at me, I don't know. We'll see. So just like a heads up for anyone who's new to the stream, my son is 11. He likes to come in. He says hi. He'll probably go hang out and either do some schoolwork or hop on his iPad. Summer schoolwork. He's not in summer school, but he has work for school during the summer. Anyway, so I'm a little bit distracted when that happens. So just like a heads up, that I may be slower to respond if you're saying something in chat, which is fine. Looks like a little bit of a slow period anyway. I think a lot of folks are perhaps towards the end of their day, at least East Coast U.S. folks, getting towards the end of their like work day. I always notice that this time of day anyway, on Twitch, it feels a little slower to me. I don't know if that's reflected for y'all. It feels like a transition time too. Like daytime streamers are kind of wrapping up. Evening streamers haven't really picked up yet. I say daytime and evening, like this is my East Coast bias showing through, where like it's between those two things for me. But like, you know, if you're in California, it's like, hey, it's lunchtime. If you're in Europe, you might be in bed already. But just like in general, that's my East Coast streamer mentality shining through for you. Like a diamond, shining bright like a diamond. We're almost finished with these peppercorns. I love this little grinder. It's a good middle ground between like a more robust electric grinder and doing this in a mortar and pestle, which is insufferable because we do not live in an era where that's necessary. We have better tools for this type of thing nowadays. Anyway, we are almost finished with this pepper grinding. What does he want for a snack? I bet you, time check, 3:48. I don't think they stopped on the way home. He and I got ice cream yesterday. We rode our bikes home from his summer camp, and we stopped by the art museum actually, and got ice cream from the Mr. Softy at the art museum, which was really nice. He ran up the steps like 17 times and was like, time me. And I was like, no, I just want to lie here. I was like laying on the ground looking at the clouds. It was really nice. I hear the cats upstairs coming down to greet. Like 2 different cats. I just heard their feet hit the floor upstairs. Told you they went to somewhere to get a snack. There he is. Look at this. Cookies and Rita's on the same day.
Huh?
Cookie and Rita's on the same day?
I didn't eat it.
Oh, you didn't eat it? You bought it, though.
Why are you... Who told you?
You know how they ask for your last name when you buy things there?
No.
It's linked up to an account that emails me for all purchases. It does it for me, too. He shook. He's like, how the hell did you know that I ate a cookie at 10:48 a.m.?
I didn't eat a cookie.
Oh, he didn't eat it, though.
I bought it.
He bought a cookie. Okay. Rita's has Peeps water ice. Okay. That sounds good. Black pepper. So 1.5 teaspoons of black pepper.
Can
Let's
I
just do
mix?
2 teaspoons. I'm not into the mixing side yet, but like if you need to, feel free.
Yeah, I want to mix.
Yeah, just get a little plastic fork and mix that together. Go ahead. Wash your hands, maybe. Hey,
Yeah?
go wash your hands
Mm-hmm.
and then be gentle. You're just
I want gentle.
okay, gentler than you were because it was spilling out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. While I'm measuring out the salt and pepper, so I'm just going to do this. I have these recipes like sitting on the counter like this. I'm going to do the dry ingredients like sit the container on the recipe. That way I know like which one is which. So,
You want to cook the button?
no, I do not. This one calls for, thank you though, sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. This is the chicken and chorizo. So I'm just going to do 2 teaspoons of pepper in there too. The tikka masala doesn't call for any pepper. It just calls for salt. So we're going to do 1 teaspoon of pepper. And then the rest of it goes in my little pepper jar. For later. Beautiful. Salt. So, sea salt and pepper. This does, again, this recipe doesn't call for anything specific. So we're going to do 3 teaspoons of salt in there. And then this one, again, only calls for a teaspoon of salt. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 teaspoons in there. Plus, let's do a little bit more in each of those. Oh, Jeff. Haley, welcome in. Jeff, welcome in. It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Our friend of the stream, Jeff Brutlight. Jeff is a gamer, Gaymer, multi-game variety streamer. Plays a lot of horror games, which kind of scare me, because there's like jump scares and it's like dark and whatever.
I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, I've probably been watching Jeff before when you were in. Anyway, welcome. This is my son Calvin. Calvin is literally just home from summer camp, so he's
And I'm 11 too.
he's 11 now. Anyway, Order of the Queen. Welcome, Jace up my sleeve. I like your name. We have a friend. We have a friend of the house named Jace. Anyway,
Oh yeah.
friends who joined us. Well, first off, friends who are here. I did mention, I was just telling Calvin, Jeff is a variety gamer. Someone who, as I said, plays horror, but also does like just chatting and does other like very. I was 11 once, right? I've been 11 a few times.
What?
I'm still 11. It's just like
It's you
I'm-
got 11 plus a couple of other numbers.
right. I'm 11, like a tree is 11, except there's more rings on the outside now. Anyway, friends who are hanging out here. Jeff is a lovely human, very funny, very how do I put it? I appreciate that Jeff doesn't like take any grief from people. Just very like out. I don't want to say assertive, but assertive is a good word. Anyway, please go follow. There is a shout out in chat. Friends who are joining us from Jeff's stream, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is a cooking stream. I'm a home cook, recipe developer, and tester. I'm a parent, obviously. Live in Philadelphia. Maybe not, obviously. I don't know. Live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy to have you all here. We like to chat here. It's not really an instructional cooking stream. We mainly are just like cooking and talking, which is super fun. Mostly vegetable forward, family meal stuff. That's kind of what we're doing today. We're doing a big meal prep today. So we do that on stream, but we also do recipe development. We do, what else do we do on stream? We do baking.
IRL.
Yeah, we do baking. We do IRL streams occasionally. But the vibe is just we're hanging out, chatting. Imagine you're sitting at the kitchen counter and I'm just here figuring stuff out. So that is the energy. Follows are silent. If you are a lurker and just like to enjoy a stream and not be perceived, then this is the spot for you. Please feel free to hit the follow button. Nothing happens. No alerts, no sounds. I'm not going to say hi to you unless you want attention and say so in chat, in which case I will give it to you. Yes, it is. Jess says, I know my worth, not to let weirdos forget it. I love that. I don't let weirdos forget it. Hopefully you don't let the good people forget it either. But we're making a bunch of different meals today. We're doing 12 different meal preps.
Can I say something?
Can you say something? You always have something to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Me and my dad had a reading challenge. So I'm rubbing it in you.
I'm just yeah.
So
yeah. Go ahead.
if I finish the Lord of the Rings book, the trilogy of the Lord of the Rings before summer ended, he would join karate with me, and I finished that yesterday. Mm-hmm. So now he has to join karate.
With just a day or two to spare.
Speaking of, are you taking me later?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not joining today.
You're avoiding karate now.
Bro, you avoided reading all summer. Except when you did. But you
Yeah,
could
that's how everything works, so.
yeah, you could have finished the challenge earlier this summer. So yeah, I've got
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
I'm in danger. I didn't say when I was going to join karate.
Don't do that.
Maybe like 2 months from now. Maybe like 3.
I mean, that's fine.
I know.
As long
I'm
as
just
you
kidding,
join.
but don't push me to do that right this moment. Okay?
Yeah, I know.
All right. Well, I haven't even talked to the folks there about it. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, yes, we know that I'm going to. But like, am I doing that today? No.
No.
Okay. Good. Should have just watched the movies, Avo says. Yeah, we're going to watch the movies. Can get a contract. No, I'm not gonna not do that. I also want to, like, he finished them yesterday.
This morning he said, which studio should I join?
Yeah, I can't, I'm not like that. I'm not that quick about it. I gotta stretch, Gwen, are you doing those?
No.
Okay. I was
I
like,
need to watch this because I need to feed them.
okay. I was like, don't. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Calvin, what is he doing? Calvin, are you doing school stuff or are you doing iPad? No, I just wanted to know. It doesn't matter to me. I just wanted to know. What?
I sense your eye rolls behind me.
No, it doesn't matter. He's been doing his schoolwork. He's been good about it.
I don't know.
Okay.
Stream.
I'm
No,
feeling like annoyance coming from the direction of the sink.
Literally just trying to do my shit.
Okay. Sorry, me
Do
too.
your stuff, Mom.
What do you?
This is a family-friendly stream.
Oh my God. Okay. As I said, it gets a little bit more chaotic and contentious when the family gets home. So we're here.
No, it doesn't.
No, you're right. It doesn't. I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're always wrong.
I know. I'm never. It's how it is. Okay. We're Sarah. Hello. We're settling now. Everybody's settling. Calvin's up on his iPad. He's going to karate in an hour and a half, and Gwen is getting bottle formula for the kittens ready, and we're gonna keep making these meals. I've still got a whole pile of stuff over here that's like ready to go in. Okay, so for the beef stew, we're gonna do a bit of dried herbs now. We have thyme and rosemary, so it says about a half a teaspoon per recipe. So, that's like a teaspoon and a half. So that's a bunch of rosemary. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put thyme and rosemary in my this pepper grinder here. I do not need thyme or rosemary for these other recipes, so we can put those away now. Sarah says, what's in the deli containers? Pumpkin. These are carrots. So I'm making a bunch of different freezer meals. So what I'm doing is filling gallon bags with ingredients, and these are potatoes and carrots separated out. They're already pre-measured. So I'm doing 3 of each meal. So three recipes, 9 meals going into these bags. So they're everything's sort of mise en place on the counter over there. Let me so I have this grinder and I love using it. But for certain things, rosemary specifically, it doesn't it like doesn't grind it all the way. So I do use the grinder for the first bit, and then I'll use the mortar and pestle to get the rest of it finished off. And dried rosemary, you have to grind it up. You have to for me anyway, because otherwise it's like eating pine needles. Regular rosemary is like eating pine needles. The whole thing. Except regular rosemary is a little more tender. But we're just grinding this with a little hand grinder. This is sort of the middle ground between the electric grinder and the doing it all entirely in this thing. I'd prefer not to do it entirely in this thing. This is quite a bit quicker, ultimately. And it gets things a bit ground up a bit more evenly. So, but yeah, all the stuff that's on the counter to your right, my left, is going in. These are just all the sort of whole ingredients for everything. We have a several cans of tomato puree. We have tomato paste. We have diced tomatoes. We got a bunch of herbs, which I'm slowly working my way through. Right now, the goal is we're basically clearing the counter. So I'm getting all the herbs and stuff. That's like this sort of first wave. I did all my vegetable prep. Now we're doing herbs and spices. After this, we're going to prep all the meat. So we have beef cubes that have already been cubed. So I don't need to do anything with those. I might salt them a little bit. Then I have chicken thighs. I need to cut up chicken thighs. And then I have chicken breasts that I need to take the skin off of and debone. So all of that is going to happen next. So it says, do you sometimes feel sore in your arm muscles after using this grinder? It's an interesting motion. It's definitely I feel like I'm doing the chicken dance. Yes, I kind of do. It's weirdly enough, it's in your shoulders more than your arms. Shoulders and wrists. I'm not really moving my arms all that much. My arm's going like in and out, which is like a shoulder motion. I like this grinder because you can do it like I am, where it opens all the way up. Or if you just fill it with pepper and you want to grind like over a little dish, you can do this, and it's like it has a little bit of a spring in it. So it's meant for like volume, kind of hand ground, but you can do a lot at once. So I'm doing like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 teaspoons worth of dried spices here, which is quite a bit. But we're Avo. Phoenix, welcome in. Cooking is a whole workout. It can be. It can be. Anyone who's ever made whipped cream by hand knows that, like, yeah, it can be quite the workout. But we're almost finished with this. This is I said a little bit ago, this is sort of the middle ground between a electric grinder, so and just doing it completely with this thing, which is the mortar and pestle. I'm going to finish it with that because there's still like a few big pieces of rosemary in here that snuck through. But when I went to buy this thing a while ago, the person in the store, I initially was
to the country. I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country. I'm gonna eat me a lot of peaches.
Badly enough, we are right at the end of peak season. Sarah says, I don't enjoy whipped cream enough to ever do it by hand. I do it by hand when we're camping. That's the only time. The rest of the time, I do it in the stand mixer. But the person at the store, when I was going to buy a new spice grinder, I went to buy like one of the coffee grinders, the like countertop with a little button. And the person was like, oh, you know, what kind of coffee do you like? And I was like, oh, it's not for coffee, it's for spices. And the person was like, oh, don't use that for spices. It'll get hot. It'll, you know, basically they were like, you know, using this for spices is like not really what it's meant for. Like, can I make a suggestion instead? And I was like, sure. Like, I'm in a kitchen store. You work here. You're a professional. Why not? You know? So they were like, they showed me this one, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, I don't have to plug it in. Like, you can set the grind level on it, which is nice. Did not mean to do that. Hey, the sound is there for a reason. No worries. Fog Ice, hello, welcome in. I do mine two-handed. I'm just saying. Spices, obviously. It's been a very innuendo heavy stream today. It sure has. Wait till we get the beef out. Anyway, we're almost finished here. This is like 10 grinds away from being done. Okay, maybe 30. Set the grind level to Elvis. You know, I'm not actually sure what that means, but yes. Yes. Okay, we're finished with that. I'm just going to give this a final like once over. And then let me make sure I'm dumping this into the right container. It is this one. Okay. So that container. Okay. Now we also have into here, I'm going to add my wet ingredients because all of this is going to be by weight anyway. So I'm just going to add my wet ingredients into there. We'll mix it all together. 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. Okay, so tomato paste is... Oh, right, Elvis and the hip thing. Okay, sorry, I missed the reference. I definitely missed the reference. 2 tablespoons is 33 grams. 3, 6, 9, 9, 99 grams of tomato paste. So, come on. I think I did something stupid here. Okay, it's fine. We're using a lot of tomato paste, so I've got multiple cans of it out on the counter. 99 grams of tomato paste. Is my scale tared? It is. It is. Use your finger like a real man. You know, I'm gonna. Oh, guys, this is not necessarily what you meant, but like, I fucking hate when people say that. I hate when people say that. It is a big pet peeve of mine when someone's like, oh, be a man. Oh, yeah? What does that mean? Like, what does that mean definitively? I fucking hate when people say that. It galls me so much. And I'm not coming down on you for it. Just happens to be how you use it, and I don't know if that was intentional like that. I don't think it was meant like that. But mainly it happens to little kids when they cry, little boys when they're like crying and they're like, be a man. Okay, like that. Oh my god, it makes me so mad, so mad. Be a man. I had someone say that to me when I was a kid, and it stuck with me. It stuck with me so hard because what I was doing in that moment was like defending a boundary of mine. And I was like, nah, bro, like, no, you don't. It washed off my shoulder, but it stuck with me. Tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce. Okay, so a teaspoon is 5 milliliters. So I need 3 tablespoons. That's 3, 6, 9 teaspoons, 45 grams, because a gram is a milliliter. So we're gonna take the top off of this because we're gonna pour this in. But yeah, I really hate when people say that to children, especially to children. But like, I'm an adult now, I don't really care. You know what I mean? Even these days. Yeah, even these days. Hold on. What did I just say? 45 grams. 5 times 9 is 45. Yes. Yeah. See, Fall Guys, I also don't get jokes. So like, again, this is why I'm not like, hey, friend, like you messed up saying that, because I didn't know in the moment whether you're joking or not, because I, again, don't get jokes. But it is one of those things where like, I am I'm just very aware of how it gets used culturally. And it's one of those like, ugh, like sticks with me. I did read your context. And again, that's why I'm not like, now listen, if I thought you were saying it seriously and I read it seriously, I would be more, I would be less inclined to be patient around it. I'll say that. No, and I'm also aware. But I felt the need to like say that, because I'm always like, because it's a thing that like literally sticks with me, has stuck with me for a long time. Okay, so rosemary, thyme, pepper, salt, Worcestershire, tomato paste, garlic, onion, potatoes, carrots. Okay, everything is done for the beef stew except the beef. Good, we can move along. Do I need Worcestershire for anything else? I do not. Okay, so chicken and chorizo. I need chicken thighs. We'll get to that later. Chorizo ring. We'll get to that later. Onion done. Garlic done. 28 ounces of tinned tomatoes. That's tinned tomatoes. What could that mean? I took that to mean tomato puree. So we have our tomato puree. So here's what I need to do. Here's what I know, because I need to process meat too. I don't need this anymore. I need to clear my counter. I need to continue to clear things off of the counter as I'm not using them, because otherwise there's too much. There's too many things to see here. So bear with me here as I do that. Oh, okay. 1 hour 11 minutes left on my beef situation. Ty, welcome in. Savory Sailor, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. 18 months. Savory Sailor, that is a guaranteed cookies. I feel like you messaged me. It was either on Twitch or Discord. I saw it, and in my state of existence, as I usually do, I did not respond to it. It's not you, it's me. I promise you. Anyway, I did see it, and when I get to Cookie Club stuff again, which will be very beginning of next month, I will make sure to correct what you had asked for. Okay, hold on. So beef, carrots, potatoes, onion, garlic, broth. The broth is what I need. Okay, so I need the puree, the tomato puree. I'm putting things on the counter over here, sort of near where they're needed now. Like I'm starting to organize my counter into the like full on, this is the end result of this production situation. So this calls for this next round. This is the chicken and chorizo, calls for the tinned tomatoes, which is the tomato puree. So 1, 2, 3 tomato puree. And then the tikka is going to be here. So I'm just kind of organizing myself into like 3 separate lines. Okay, cumin, paprika, cumin, I didn't get out. I did get it out. I got it out earlier and then I put it away. Okay. Cumin, paprika, oregano, tomato puree, which is tomato paste. So I'm going to need some more of that. That's over here. Sea salt. And then the tikka has chicken, onion, tomatoes, the chopped tomatoes in the can. That is these diced tomatoes, and stewed tomatoes, which is like, oops, I messed up and got stewed tomatoes instead by accident. Tomato puree also over here. So I got a bunch of that. That's ready to go. And then tikka masala. Okay, so I did
Excuse
buy
me,
an
Daddy?
extra
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry.
can.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy?
Kathy, thank
Daddy,
you for hanging out.
Sorry.
I appreciate you.
I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
Going out to walk a 5K in 10 minutes. That is fun, and also sounds like a lot. I hope you enjoy. I hope you do well. I hope you manage, for lack of a better term. Okay, this was for the beef stew. Okay, now all of this, these are just spices that I need to like get ready for everything else. Garam masala actually doesn't go in anywhere. Okay, we did it. Good. All right, I'm like more organized than I was a few moments ago. Yes. Oh, Velos, this is the neighbor. We've talked about this neighbor before. Oh my God. Yes. Yeah. We have definitely talked about this person before. Like gang members. That is rough. Yeah. I don't envy you having to live across from folks like that. Are tinned tomatoes not just canned whole tomatoes? Cyber, I don't know. This person's British, and I'm not sure exactly what they mean by tinned tomatoes. I'm taking the cues from the recipe itself because it's a stew and just assuming that it's a tomato puree. Because the other one, it says 2 tablespoons of tomato puree, and then in parentheses on that one, it says tomato paste, US. So I think when they say tinned tomato, they mean puree. That's my guess. That's literally, I'm guessing. Kathy says, I think it means whole tomatoes, but I see, I don't, because it's a soup. I don't know. Christopher Nolan movie that everyone says is too woke. Not woke enough. Not woke enough. Is it the first time using tikka masala sauce from that brand? Yes, it is, Sarah. I've never tried it. It's not my preferred brand. I don't really know that I have a preferred brand. I like the Saffron Road brand, but I haven't seen that one in a while. There's the something kitchen with a K that I really like. This is just a brand. I've never seen this one. It was the only one in the grocery store, so I bought it. Faga says, is Calvin started back at school yet? No, he is not. Monday. Uncommon. Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. I don't wish many people harm. Yeah, right. I feel you. Sometimes it's fine. That's not even being petty. That's just being like, all right, this is a POS human. Hatch chili chicken salad, Blacksmith, amazing. That sounds great. I admit to never having had a Hatch chili, and I admit that I would love to have a Hatch chili. I feel like it would be great. You're supposed to say the Odyssey. Oh, is that out? I'm not. Yeah, so again, media, don't do it. I forgot that was a movie. I couldn't have told you that Christopher Nolan directed that. I also don't think I could tell you another movie that Christopher Nolan directed. And I don't care. If they're British, you might be pronouncing it wrong. Probably. I think it says tinned tomatoes. Tomato paste. When I see someone talk about tinned tomatoes, it's whole or chunks.
And it don't matter.
None of this matters. I'm just interpreting because it's a stew. So I was like, I don't think they mean whole chunks of tomatoes. They might mean stewed tomatoes. That could be a thing. I'm using tomato puree because that's what I bought and I don't have anything else. Okay, cumin, 2 teaspoons of ground cumin. I just got the cumin out. There it is. So I need 2, 4, 6 teaspoons of cumin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teaspoons of cumin. Do I need cumin for this recipe? I do not. That can go away. Yeah, I'm just like, I gotta put stuff away as I'm going here. Paprika, 2 teaspoons of paprika. We're gonna use smoked paprika. 2 teaspoons, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a little bit more. Again, we're going to do this by weight, so I'm just adding sort of whatever I want here. Do I need paprika in this recipe? No, I do not. So we can put that away. Oregano. Here it is. Does it become cumin out? Maybe. It could. 2 teaspoons of dried oregano per recipe, so 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I need oregano for this recipe? No, I do not. I, in fact, don't need any dry spices for this recipe. I keep asking myself that. But I actually don't. And then 2 tablespoons of tomato puree, which I don't, again, I don't need. Which one of these called for onion powder? Oh, it was my beef, it was my, my roast that I have in the pot back here, which is great. So I'm going to add a little of a bunch of different things to this. Onion, so I added some onion. I'm adding a little garlic powder to it. I'm actually going to add the rest of this garlic powder because there's only a little bit left in this container, and then I can get rid of the container, making these a use it up meal. Garlic powder can go away. Basil, I'm going to add a little basil to the chicken chorizo, and then a little bit of dill to that as well. I'm actually going to add some dill to the beef stew. Forgot to do that. There we go. We got it. Okay, herbs are in. Last things that I have in here, a little bit of Aleppo pepper. I'm going to add like 2 teaspoons of Aleppo to that, and then 2 to the masala. That'll be pretty good. The cayenne I already used. The garam masala gets added later at the end, and then the onion powder is because I knew I was going to run out, so I got some more. Excellent. So we are finished with those. I'm finished with my mortar and pestle. Let's move that over here. Finished with that teaspoon. And then that can go there. And then we're going to add our tomato paste into here and mix it in just like we did with this one. And then we'll be good to go. So I missed a bunch here. Sorry. Fudge Line says, is this a chili? It is not. So we have 3 recipes. We have a beef stew. We have a slow cooker. They're all in the slow cooker. Chicken and chorizo stew, which is probably the one that you were asking about because that one's the one that has all the herbs in it. And then a chicken tikka masala, which is lightly seasoned with some like extra salt and pepper. Mostly relies on the flavor from the jarred tikka masala sauce. Cumin, salt, and pepper, and a little bit of olive oil and sliced tomatoes. No, I haven't, but I love sliced tomatoes. The sliced tomatoes with salt on them are like one of my favorite things. Like favorite things. A deconstructed chili. I mean, it's definitely a little bit, it's very spiced. It's not like spicy, but I love Aleppo too, Phoenix. It's not hot, like it doesn't have heat to it. It just has, it has the idea of heat to it, but it doesn't have that same level of mouthfeel as something really hot. Okay, so this has 2 tablespoons of tomato puree. Again, they say tomato paste in the US, so I know that I need 6 tablespoons of this. 3, 2, 4, 6. Again, 99 grams of tomato paste. So we're gonna I should have bought a larger can of this, but I didn't. All the larger cans of this had like basil, or they had other like herbs and stuff in them, which is usually fine. And when I'm working on a recipe, I love calling for a can of something that has herbs in it already. Like if I'm calling for a can of like tomato sauce, right? If you can get the tomato sauce with like, you know, basil and oregano and all of that in there, it's great, because then I don't have to call for those as ingredients in the thing. And I can be like, hey, this is a 5-ingredient meal, except the sauce that I had you buy has 4 different herbs in it, you know? So it's a little bit of a balance. Anyway, 100, okay, there's 100 grams in here. And then for this, I need 3 tablespoons of tomato puree. So 3, 6, 9 tablespoons of tomato puree. Let's call it 10. That's 3. No, 5 times 33, 150, 165 grams. Okay, right? 5 times 33 is, no, that can't be right. Hold on, I don't want to do this math in my head. I'm sorry, it's not happening for me right now. 5 times 33, 165. Oh shit, I was right. I was like, there's no way that's right. That can't be right. Everyone wants the poop-free produce. That's so gross. I love it though. I love knowing the context for that statement as per our previous discussion. What is Aleppo? It's a red pepper that has a little bit of heat to it, but it is not spicy per se. It is a spiced herb. I'll show you. I can show you some of it. It's like think of like crushed red pepper, except without heat to it. It's a mild chili pepper. Oh, right, it's chili. Right. What did I say? 165. That's probably going to be the rest of this can. 135. If I end up using exactly this number, you know what? It doesn't actually matter. I'm going to use the rest of this can no matter what. That means I'm not saving what's left in this can at the end of it. There's scraps left in here, but I'm not opening another one either. So there we go. 161. I'm not going to scrape the inside of this out with my finger because I will end up slicing it on the edge of the can, and we don't want to do that. And I'm not using a mini spatula. 165 on the dot. Oh yeah. We did it. Beautiful. Okay, this can go away now. So I had 1 extra can of tomato paste, 1 extra can of tomato sauce, except they're not actually extra. I used cans from the cabinet already for my sloppy joe. I couldn't remember if I'd purchased them or not. And I wanted to start the sloppy joe before I really dug into like all the rest of my ingredients. So I just got cans out of the cabinet, but it turns out that I had purchased them. So I used up old ingredients, or older. I used up some older cans and then replaced them with newer ones. And if in effect, that's what I did. I like the Stampy Cat bag. Hey, good eyes. My kid was a big fan of Stampy for a while when he first got into YouTube. Now he watches not that. Setting up a bad joke. That's okay. I probably wouldn't get it anyway. See, this is why we wiped the counter off. Also, mixing all the dry with the tomato paste, honestly, like makes it a lot easier to weigh this and measure it out together. Because what I'm doing, each of these containers is three recipes worth of stuff. And that is for the chicken chorizo. This is the beef. We're going to mix this in. Beef stew. Mix that. And then this is the tikka masala. So this is the lightest one. So I'm just mixing all of the paste and tomato stuff together. I have all these other cans. I'm going to open these cans over here in just a moment. And we're going to get into assembling these bags. So let me, we're still going to need that scale. This is my counter wiping towel. Yeah, every like living creature who likes eating in a garden is like gonna be attracted to lettuce. It's so accessible. It's not very nutritionally dense, which is weird that animals would like it. I feel like they have an inherent interest in nutritional density, but I don't know. It's easy to eat. A small garden by the kitchen window, caretaker says. That's lovely. I can't maintain a garden. I say that I can't. I could. I don't always have the energy to, and then I forget that I have a garden sometimes, and then I'm like, oh, everything's dead. Damn. Okay. Everything is done for the beef stew. We just need to assemble. Everything is for the chicken, chorizo. Let's see. Everything but the meat, right? Onion done, garlic, tomatoes. Tomatoes are in the can. Cumin, paprika, oregano, tomato puree, salt. Got it. So processed meat, open can. For the tikka, we have meat aside. Onion is done. Can of tomatoes, open the can. Salt, garlic's done. Tomato puree is done. Tikka masala, just open the jar. Okay, so we have a bunch of cans to open and a bunch of meat to process. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to process all the meat now so that I have it in and ready to go. How am I going to do that? So I'm going to put all the meat in one container, like one big bowl for each of them. One bowl of the beef cubes, one bowl of the chicken thighs, one bowl of the chicken breasts. And then we will do that by weight also. So again, I don't know, I don't have exactly the right measurements here. I just want to divide what I have into 3. That's the goal. So kind of not without having the exact amounts on hand. Here's my chorizo. Here's my beef cubes. So beef cubes are, let's see. This is supposed to be 6 pounds of beef. So this is the most meat that I have. We'll put the beef in this bowl. Then the chicken in this bowl. Other chicken in this bowl. And the chorizo in this bowl. Okay. Beautiful. All right, let's get this beef out of its container or out of its packaging. And I do want to measure this. So before I get started, hold on. This is for the chicken chorizo. This is for the chicken for there. Okay. Yikes. We'll put the chorizo in there and then scale. I just want to weigh my beef and make sure I have, know what I have. This is should be 598 grams, and it is, because that's what this bowl weighs. Let's get this out of the bag. And again, we're just doing this by grams. We're going to divide it by 3, and it should be pretty easy. Okay. Trash. All right. I'm going to get that centered. 2,712 grams of beef. Where is my So beef is 2,712 divided by 3, 904 grams per bag. Great. Perfect. Okay, so beef is ready to go. It's a hair under 6 pounds, which is fine. I wanted 6 pounds of beef. Whatever. It doesn't need to be exact. I just need to be like, easy dog. Interesting. I'm not sure where you're going with that. But welcome. Skinless, boneless chicken thighs. Okay, those are easier to process. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do those next. Let me wash my hands. The bot's like, are you flirting with me? Like, I'm pretty sure yes. Pretty sure yes. Okay. But the chicken thighs, so we have a lot of meat coming out on the counter here. Speaking of meat, we have a bag. This is a bag of chicken product. Chicken thighs are going to be first. So let's get these out. Now these are double bagged. So I've got like this in. So I'm just going to do the cutting board. Let's tear that out. We'll tear. I'm going to do the chicken thighs with a small knife and cut this on this side. Why is your meat in bags? Because I got it from the butcher. Because the butcher has it in a case and they're like, hey, how much do you want? And I tell them pounds and then they just give it to me. So this is all in bags just from the butcher. So I'm gonna cut this into smaller chunks. I'm not really like gonna cut this too much. I really just want to cut out any like little remaining kind of pieces of bone that might be in here, and cut this into like sort of large enough chunks. This is going to fall apart because there's a bunch of fat between the different pieces. So well, let's change this to pounds and ounces just so I know sort of exactly what I've got here. But I got all of this from Reading Terminal. All of my chicken, anytime I get chicken for anything, it comes from Godshall's. Anytime I get beef, it comes from like one of a handful of places. The chicken I get from the same place every time. Anytime I have to get like sausage or lamb or beef or like anything else that's not chicken, I rotate where I buy that from, to sort of to spread my dollars around more, because I shop at Reading Terminal, and it's like, you know, I could buy a beef roast from 6 different vendors there at least. But I like to go to different vendors depending on the time. So this particular trip, I happened to go to Gintas, Guintas. It's not where I always go, but I don't have any specific loyalty to the butchers in any one butcher in Reading Terminal. I just go to the terminal and shop there all the time. That is more my loyalty more around the location than the specific vendor at the location. Same thing with cheese. I go to different cheese places in there. I almost always get my produce from Iovine because I'm usually buying in bulk. If I'm getting a individual like berries or something that's just for the house, I'll get that. I don't always go to Iovines for that. Sorry, Butch, if you're watching. I do love this shop called OK Produce, like little letters OK. That has smaller format packaging. So Iovines is great because you can buy bulk. You know, you're like, let me get 15 pounds of broccoli. Great, they have that. Easy, easy. OK Produce has a broader selection of produce in smaller packages. So you can get like interesting, more diverse stuff there, I feel like, but it's also not the same volume. So I do like to shop there though. It's I support Reading Terminal as much as I can. I know that they're very focused on as big a tourist attraction as they are, #1 public market in the United States, y'all. Best public market in the United States. As big a tourist attraction as it is, you know, the folks who are there just selling like produce and meats and things like that, those folks don't get tourist business because who's buying 6 pounds of chicken thighs on vacation? You know, nobody. Somebody. Maybe. I would like to be friends with them. But that's part of the reason why I like to shop there for my regular shopping, because that and the fact that a lot of the most of the vendors, like, I know where the thing came from, right? So I can ask like, hey, where did this chicken come from? Like, what farm, what location? And, you know, they get it from roughly within 100 miles of where I am. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just, I feel good. I feel a little bit better about that than buying the like vacuum packed chicken product from somewhere, from wherever, you know what I mean? Waxy paper. Yeah. I mean, this is just it depends on the vendor there. The chicken folks will put it in paper if you want them to. But like the chorizo that I got here, is in paper. The beef roast that I have in the slow cooker behind me was folded up in paper. I think it depends on the moisture content too. Like sausages come in paper pretty much from any vendor, but like chicken thighs are very, you know, chicken breasts are kind of wet. So I'm assuming that they package them in plastic unless you ask them to. They always come in plastic for me whenever I get them there. So we're at 4 pounds, 8 ounces. I'm looking for 6 pounds of chicken. So we're almost there. Bowl is almost full. I don't know what the max volume of this scale is. I don't think I've ever actually maxed it out. Even on days where I have like made a quadruple batch of cookies, I haven't maxed this scale out, but one of these days we'll get there. I don't think it will be today, but we'll see. It's always tomorrow. Man, that beef roast that I'm making for dinner tonight is smelling so good right now. It's really permeating everything. Like, I can't smell anything other than like beef roast behind me, which is great. It's kind of been like that all day, but as the afternoon has worn on, it's like definitely getting more and more noticeable. Now this recipe says to put the chicken thighs into the slow cooker whole, and then shred them at the end. I don't really want to do that. Obviously, I've gone well past the ability to do that now. I've pretty much cut all of them up. But it definitely says to put them in whole, which I don't really want to do. I'm just kind of like, I like cutting them up, and again, they're chicken thighs. They're extremely durable. I don't think they're going to fall apart. And if they do, it's like kind of okay because it's a stew. It doesn't need to have like, you know, chunks in it necessarily. It's okay. It's okay if it doesn't, I think is my thought. And I'd rather cut them up now and get this part out of the way than when it's finished in the slow cooker having to do any kind of work at all. I don't want to shred anything. Okay, so here's where I'm at. I've got I'm about to be at 6 pounds, 5 pounds 13 ounces right here. So I'm just about to be at 6 pounds. I have like 3 chicken thighs left over. I'm not going to cut those up because I can just freeze them. This is 6 pounds 0.08 ounces. Perfect. That is ideal. So we're going to take these. Darlene, welcome in. Darlene, nice to see you. Welcome back. Let me wash my hands and come say hi. I have raw chicken all over my hands, so we need to fix that. Okay, fresh towel. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Wait, what were you streaming? Red Dead Redemption. Is that the new one? Is that an old one? I know what was the first one in that series? Red Dead Revolver? Is that the first one? Was that the name of the Beatles album too? Or was that anyway, I'm just kidding. Welcome in. Friends who are new to the stream, it's nice to have you. First off, anybody who was here or came in with Charlene, if you're new and you are a lurker on Twitch like myself, follows, hold on, there we go. Follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds. I'm not gonna say hi to you. They're completely anonymous. So if you've been here for a moment or a while and you're not following, please go ahead and hit the follow button. And if you'd like attention, you can ask for it in chat. But it is nice to have you. My name's Lou. We do a lot of cooking here. We do recipe development. We do vegetable forward family meals. We do meal prep, which we're doing today. We do prep for camping trips. Everything here is food focused except for when we are doing IRL streams out in the world, out in Philadelphia. So nice to have you. Thank you for bringing friends through. Okay, finished with the chicken thighs. Those are good to go. We have exactly 6 pounds, so I don't really need to do any math here for that to work out, because that is we have mathed appropriately. Okay, before we move forward, we're going to cut up these chicken breasts now. So these are also I should have about 4 to 5 pounds of chicken breasts here. Now these are going to end up having less than 4 to 5 pounds total, because they are 4 to 5 pounds with the bone in and the skin on. So we're going to take these apart, cut them up, and then we'll determine what our actual weight is. But for the chicken thighs, 6 pounds exactly, so that's ideal. Speaking of chicken thighs, let me put these in the freezer. And we're going to put those right there on top, and eventually we'll need those to move, but it's fine that they're there for now. While we are getting started here, let's zero out my scale. I also want to get another bowl to put the bones in, because we're going to take the bones and put those bones and skin in the freezer for stock. So those are going to go in this bowl. So let's get this ready. And again, we're just going to cut up the chicken breast here. We're going to debone, and cut up. And since this is getting cut into bite-sized pieces, I'm not going to be super judicious about trimming this. We're just going to trim off what we can. I'm also not super worried about leaving a little bit of meat on the bone, again, on the breastbone here, because we're going to use this for stock. And if there's a little bit of meat, totally okay. I'm not a problem to have a little extra meat on here. I also got these as skin on, bone in, because they were cheaper. So I don't know what the weight was prior to. I didn't weigh these just now prior to the actual starting the process of like cutting them apart. But when I got them, I know that I needed 4.5 pounds. I think that I asked for like 5 pounds just to kind of hedge my bets here on how much the bones were going to weigh. If I end up having less than that, that's also like totally fine. So we're just kind of working through what we've got, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure out the actual volume all the way at the end. So, but this is the last thing that I need to prep before we assemble. So between this and the assembly, we're going to triage what's over in the sink. We're going to put our some things in the dishwasher. We're going to run a 3-minute ad during that time. So just like heads up that is coming up at some point here. And then once we're finished with that ad and finished with the sink, we're going to take all of our mise en place, assemble everything, and then take the beef roast that I've been working on and check that, because that has about 30 minutes left on it on the clock, on the timer. It could have more than that. I'm not sure. I think it to me, it seems like it should be just about finished. So wait, this is not the bowl. This is the scrap bowls here, regular bowls here. Amazing. Darlene, I hope stream was well. I hope stream did well for you. Thank you for coming through. It is nice to have you back. I hope that you had a good one. You're not too exhausted. You know, it can feel exhausting to stream depending on your energy level that day. Streaming can sometimes feel really difficult and sometimes really easy. I know for myself, this fall, I'm looking forward to getting back into a consistent rhythm. Because right now I feel like I'm not in a good groove of time. I'm not in a good, like, you know, I've just been really inconsistent with regard to when I'm streaming, how many times a week I can be live, you know, what those look like. Because that's just how the summer is. I think when you're, you know, a parent of a school-age kid, if you are, perhaps you can relate. It definitely can feel very difficult to like navigate summer. So, all right, these are looking good. We're gonna completely wipe down my counter, by the way, at the end of this. If y'all are like grossed out, just know that I am kind of grossed out as well by, you know, the meat situation. Again, this is why we're doing the meat last. We prepped everything else today before the meat, because I don't love when I do meat first necessarily, and then have to put like vegetables on the counter. It's like, I don't know, even if I clean it in between, there's something weird about it for me mentally. So and I don't have a separate surface for my meat production versus the non-meat. So we do what we can. And then if you all hear at the very beginning of the stream, you're like, but Lou, you did meat. It was the first thing you did. True. I did do that. And I just dumped it directly into the pot. There wasn't any management of ground beef on the counter. So less of an issue in that scenario. Okay, but we're cutting these chicken breasts up. So it looks like I'm going to have about two big chicken breasts per recipe here, which is great. I don't know exactly. Again, I don't know exactly how much weight we're going to get. It looks to be about maybe a pound, maybe 1.5 pounds per recipe, which is exactly what the recipe calls for. So I think if we land right around there, that would be good. good estimating on my part when I was ordering. The one thing I like about shopping at the same place all the time and seeing like the same butcher, right? Seeing the same people over and over is you have the sort of relationships with them where you can be like, listen, I need 4.5 pounds for a recipe. Like, what do you know, kind of what do you recommend for the, the skin on, bone in chicken breasts? Because they're cheaper and and I would rather not pay you as much. And they'll tell you, they'll give you like an honest answer. They don't try to get one over on you, which I appreciate. So, not that, shopping at a grocery store would be any different, but I think when you have name recognition with somebody and you're there often enough that they're like, hello, Lou, nice to see you again this week. They know that I'm going to come back. I'm a regular, and that, I'm just going to continue buying from them. They don't have any incentive to try to get one over on me. Unlike, say, the Mr. Softy person who was at the front of the art museum yesterday, who did not have any prices posted on their truck, which is a huge red flag for me when I look at a vendor who is mostly based in cash. And who charged me way above what I thought I would be paying, and what felt like way above what I had paid for the same thing in other areas of the city that were not touristy. So anyway, it's nice to be a regular somewhere because you don't get scammed. Yeah, those cash businesses, though, are always very like, oh man, cash business, no posted price in a tourist area, scary. Do any of y'all haggle? Do you haggle? Do you like go into a store and be like, that's too much money, I don't want to pay that? My buddy Drew will haggle with people, like, no matter what. He's just a haggler. He loves it. He really enjoys it. I tend to just not buy the thing if I think it's too much money. I'm like, just don't need it. We're good. Like, skip, next. But he's funny because he'll be like, oh, I got such a good price on this. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you got it? What are you, a good price? Like, and it'll be from somewhere like around here. Like, yeah, I talked him down. I'm like, okay, great. I think that's a very that's not a thing that like Americans do, generally speaking. I don't think haggling is a part of the cultural landscape of the American system. Ty says I buy my weed and gummies from a cash only place. Yeah, well, they set the market price for whatever they want. You gotta take what you can get. And there is your big argument right there for the legalization and regulation of it. There is a big argument in that statement right there. Regulation of pricing. Anyway, we don't do that here because it's not legal where I live. We're cutting up our last chicken breast here. This is looking good. We're at 2 pounds, 2 ounces. So we're just a hair under where the recipe calls for. I think that's okay. I might, if we're really under, if this is 3 pounds and I'm expecting it to be 4.5, I might just take those chicken thighs that I just put in the freezer out again and toss those in here in addition to the chicken breast, just to have that additional bulk in there. But I think that 2 chicken breasts per recipe is a pretty good amount. I mean, these are pretty big chicken breasts, and unlike the soups, this is going to be served with other things, like with either rice or like a bread of some variety. So I think I want to see where I land, see where I end up ultimately with the weight here. But I'm thinking I may just add those other chicken thighs in here to hit 4.5 pounds of meat exactly, because this recipe is obviously assuming that you're buying skinless, boneless chicken breasts in the styrofoam pack from the grocery store, not butchering them a little, finishing the butchering yourself at home. So, we're cruising here though. This is a good, we've had a good amount of time dedicated to prep today, and this has worked out really well. I have a lot of stuff prepped over on the counter. If you were here earlier, much earlier in stream, you've seen this pile of things on the counter. I mean, actually, it kind of mostly looks the same because it was all cans earlier. But now, all my spices have been measured out. My tomato paste is measured out. All of my vegetables and produce have been chopped already. We're finishing with the chicken here. That was the last chicken breast. So let's see, where are we at weight-wise? 3 pounds, 2 ounces. So we are gonna take these chicken breasts, chicken thighs, out of here. And I might use 2 of these. I might use 3 of these. Brooke, welcome in. Happy Thursday, Friday Junior, as we say around these parts. $10 tax, right? But stay in school, kids. Stay in school, kids, because I'm paying for it. That is a sin tax, I believe they call that. I'm looking for 4 pounds, 8 ounces. So yeah, we're gonna mix these chicken thighs, and then I need to take these chicken thighs. I need to take this bowl of chicken, since this is 2 different types of meat, and I need to give it a little bit of a stir. I need to incorporate the chicken thighs in here a little bit more, so that one batch is not just chicken thighs that I pulled off the top of the pile. Perfect. Look at this. This is great. We're gonna 3 pounds, 14 ounces. Perfect. I definitely didn't need to freeze these chicken thighs. This is gonna finish this off real nice here with a thigh situation. But we're working here. This is almost done. 4 pounds, 3 ounces. That's perfect. Perfect. That's also divisible by 3. 42 is divisible by 3. Wait, right? Yeah. 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, it's divisible by 3. So that is actually perfect, because it's better for the math. But we're also going to do this by grams, so it really doesn't matter all that much. What we're doing, instead of tearing my scale with each bowl, we're going to do 2 more check-ins. Hey, have you checked in today? Did you check in today? If you haven't done command check-in today, you should do that now. We're about to hit 10,000 check-ins on stream. 10,000 check-ins. We're 2 away. Next check-in is 10,000 check-ins. That's cool. I'm going to watch this. So it's going to be somebody. Obviously, it's going to be somebody. Okay, let's do grams. We have 1,900 grams of chicken exactly. Divided by 3 is 633 grams of chicken. Let's see. Did I check in? I can check in, and I did not check in while I'm but I got to tell you, I don't need to be the 10,000th check-in. Someone can have that one. I don't need that one. I definitely did not check in today. And yes, I can check in. But I don't want to take that away. I don't want it to be like, oh, I was the 10,000th check-in. That feels weird. That would feel weird for me. I didn't actually think about it. And now that I am thinking about it, I'm like, I don't want to do that. Where's my pen? There it is. One more though. One more. What do they say? 633 chicken breast. 633 grams per bag. And then the chicken thighs, that's easy. Those were 6 pounds total. So it's just 2 pounds per bag. Great. And then the chorizo is the last thing we got to do. Chorizo is for the chicken. Y'all, I am out of Ziploc bags. I'm not out of Ziploc bags. I'm out of old, used Ziploc bags. This is the first Ziploc bag box we've opened here in quite a while. You know I don't like to reuse them, but time out. There was one on the drying rack, so we're gonna put those to the side. We are gonna use those for the actual meals though, because I don't have any more. All right, cool. These are for the freezer. These are for stock. I used to freeze my chicken parts and my vegetables in the same bag. I don't do that anymore because I like to have the option of making just a vegetable stock if I want to. I usually don't. I usually just make it as a general mixed stock. But again, I like the option. Okay, chorizo is easy. This is just basically going to be, I think there's 5 sausages in here. I might have asked for 6. I really should have just asked for 6. I hope there's 6 in here. There's not. There's 5. Okay, that's fine. We're just going to take these by hand. I'm going to break them apart and squeeze this into the bowl out of the casing. I'm going to break this up with a fork, or like literally I might just measure this out with a spoon when the time comes. But we're just doing this by weight. I'm taking the loose chorizo out of the casing. I'm just putting it in here. This part's super easy, I say as I struggle with the thing. Okay. Whoever is our 10,000th check-in, though, we'll give some confetti to after my hands, unless it's right now, in which case we'll hold off on the confetti. But whoever it is, whether they know it or not, we'll get whether they are like, hey, I was waiting for that, we'll get confetti. But it's the next check-in. If you're lurking, now would also be a great time to check in if you haven't. Again, no pressure. All right, let's get, there we go. These are all, I always forget how sausage is like constructed, and then when I go to take it out of the thing, it's like surprising that it rips in the center if you don't do it like delicately. Okay, but we're almost there. This is the literal last thing that I have to do before assembling these. So again, here's the deal. We're going to take these sausages and get them out of their casing. Before I do the assembly of these, we are going to take a quick break and do some dish triage, because I've hit the point where I'm not going to create any more sort of dishes, but I've got a lot of dishes that are on the counter here that I'm going to need to like put in the sink, and I don't have anywhere to put them right now. The sink is quite full, which I will show you in a few moments. But while we do that, we're going to play a game of words on stream, probably 2, maybe 3, possibly 5, up to as many as y'all win in a row if you want to win, or if you want to win. If you end up winning a bunch, we always continue to play if we win. Anyway, that is it for the chorizo. These are looking pretty good. I'm going to wash my hands. Carly, welcome in. Carly, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. 20 months. 20 months. That's a big old number. That's a big old number. Carly, did you check in today? Carly, would you like to be our 10,000th check-in? I believe that if you check in, unless you did already earlier in the stream and I missed it, you will be the 10,000th check-in. No pressure. 855 grams worth of chorizo. So we do a little bit of math here. Y'all, 10,000 check-ins. Hold on, I gotta do math. 10,000 check-ins. 855 divided by 3, 285. Okay, cool. 10,000 check-ins. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on. Confetti. Carly, this is for you. You were the 10,000th to check in, but honestly, the confetti's for anybody. I'm glad that you all check in. I think it's fun. And we got to 10,000. That's crazy. 3 years, 10,000 check-ins. It's quite a lot. I don't know what the math on that is. We're not doing it now. We're done with math. We're not done with math. Just kidding. Okay. Let's get these recipes moved off to the side. Yo, 10,000 check-ins though. Let's what do they say? Let's fucking go. That's awesome. Carly says I had a moment of sheer panic seeing your stream title because for a moment to me it read AI MEAI prep, as if you were shilling for an AI meal prep app. I want to make a promise to you with my hand over my heart. I will never, not only will I never use an AI meal prep app, I will never take money from an AI meal prep app. I will never consider an AI meal prep app. I don't even want to hear about them because I don't care, because I hate AI. So we're good. We're good. I was just trying to do the whole weird capitalization thing. I didn't mean to scare you. And I'm sorry that I did, because I could see I could see how that would be distressing, because it would be distressing to me. But no, we're good. We don't AI anything here. We don't AI anything. Okay, I'm going to wipe this counter down now, and I'm gonna spray this really lightly, because I have bowls of actual food here. But I had, meat on the counter, like a bunch of it. We just hate AI, or I just hate it. Let me parse that a little bit though. I hate generative AI, and generally I don't like it at all, but I do think that there's a place for like that level of thing I don't want AI to do creative stuff. I don't want it to write. I don't want it to make images. I'm not going to use the term art because it's not art. It's like just fucking images. I don't want it to do that. Like, I think it's fine if you're like, let's use it to help make this spreadsheet work better. Totally okay. Like, I don't hate on that. I'm talking about like the stuff where it's like, let's write a recipe. Let AI write your recipe for you. Like, what is that even mean? Is there, I feel like there are splotches on the camera right here. Interesting. What is that? That's on the camera itself. Let me wipe this lens here. Yeah, I'm not like completely anti 100% all of it all the time. I do recognize that there's a good place for it to be like useful, but I don't want it to do creative stuff. I want it to like do data, that kind of stuff. Manage spreadsheets. Okay, hold on. Why do we have a smudge? Is that me? Is that like a fucking floater in my eye? Do I have like, I don't know. I'm going to ignore it if it's still there. Boris, hello. Hello. Okay, we are ready to bag. No, it's there. Okay, good. I mean, not good. I thought maybe it was on my computer. What the fuck is that? Why is that a thing? That's so weird. That's like a artifact on the, somehow it's on the camera lens, which is like behind glass, which is like weird. I don't know if anyone noticed it or not. Can answer stupid questions, make certain tasks easier. It shouldn't be used to replace artists, and of course, 1,000% against unification people. 100%. Yeah. I mean, I don't want it to create images, just like full stop. Yeah, Boris, I don't know. It's probably not you. I'll say that. Yeah, I mean, like, Caretaker, the other thing that I don't love about it is the like, and let me pause and say, don't get me wrong that if you use it, I don't care. I don't think you are less of a person for it. Full stop. If you use it in any of the ways that I described, right? I don't love when it's like, oh, I asked the AI and it like gave me this answer about like that I could have researched myself. Because it's not 100% that it's going to be right. That's the frustrating part, is it's like, it just, like, well, here's an answer. It's like, yes, it's an answer, but is it a good answer? And like, I think that the ability to interpret that is important. And I think that the more that people rely on it, the less ability you have to parse out what's good and what's bad. And you lose the skills around like finding information yourself and making determinations about facts and reality. So I don't love it. I don't use it myself. I don't use it myself, but I get it. I definitely get it. I get why people do. I get why they love it too. And certainly I have benefited from other people in my life not being so stick in the mud over it. So there's that. There's also that. All right, we are going to do some work to load up the dishwasher and run a 3-minute ad on the Twitch platform. Note, if you're watching on Twitch, there's a link to YouTube and chat. We're live there too. Feel free to follow. Click that link, hit the subscribe button. Do it anyway, because that would be amazing. We're going to run, as I mentioned just moments ago, a 3-minute ad. We're going to play a game of Words on Stream during that time. If you're not familiar with Words on Stream, it is a guessing game. It's like Scrabble. You see the letters, you put the letters in the chat, and then you make words out of it. But we're going to do that in a moment here, once I get this set up. I'm going to do some dishes and take a take a few moments to not do the dishes, but like put them in the dishwasher. So anyway, we're gonna start that game now. Here that goes. We're gonna run a 3-minute advertisement, as they say in England, on Twitch. And during that time is a great time, if you're a lurker, to get your first time chat out of the way, I should say. I don't generally respond to chats during Words on Stream. But anyway, here comes the 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. We're gonna switch over to the sync camera.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
And away we go. I'm just loading up the dishwasher. That's the goal. My goal during these is never to actually do all the dishes, although occasionally it happens. The goal is just to clear the sink out, because I do the dishes at the end of stream. But it's nice when the dishwasher's already full, and I just have to do what's in the dish pan. Okay. Doing good.
It's over!
All right. Hey, if you're watching on Twitch, thank you for hanging out during the ad break. I appreciate it. They're not everyone's favorite. I don't like them, but we deal with them while we are playing Words on Stream and dealing with the dishes in the sink. Because doing the dishes on stream is not really exciting, and I'm not gonna lie, it's probably better to have something to do during that time, like Words on Stream. Anyway, I'm almost finished here. We've got a few more minutes of things happening. Darth, welcome in. Hey, good to see you. Friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer. Love the Baka. Yeah, the ads, I don't love the ads. I really, actually, truly dislike the ads. But they're one of those things that, like, if I'm going to be sort of off the camera just doing what I'm doing right now, then I might as well run them for just a few moments. All right, y'all. Can we do one more game? Because I have like a few things here I'm finishing up And once I'm finished with these, we'll have everything in the sink triaged and ready to go. I'm just getting all the cans in the recycling. Round 1 of cans in the recycling. There'll be more. Plenty more. Get this in the trash. Chicken jus. That was a bag of stuff that went bad in the fridge. A vegetable pouch. And cool. Now we put these pots. Set these pots to soak. Oh, there's a lid in there. I'm glad I dumped that out. That would have not gone very well in the disposal. Being metal. All right. One. Fill these up. And we're good to go. All right. Troy, welcome in. Becca, good to see you. Welcome in. All right. We are finished with the gaming portion here. Let's come on back over. Wait, no, that's not the right one. This is the right one. There we are. Hello. Welcome, friends. Good to have you. Oh, we got a board. I'm sorry. Hold on. We got one. No, the rule is that when we clear a board, we gotta get we do another one, right? Am I wrong? Hold on. We got a board. We did one. Here. We'll do one more. One more. One more. Okay. I promise. We're because I have like 2 more things I could do at the sink. And then we're gonna make our meals. And once we hold on. Oh, my crock pot went off. Hold on. Let me turn that on again for there we go. Okay. Cool. This is fine. We'll do these 2 dishes while I'm here, and then that will be the big ones out of the sink. Okay. Sorry, I didn't notice that we had a board. My bad. I know, you got perfect though, which is super good. I even said it before we started. I was like, if we get a board, we're gonna do an extra one. We're gonna do more than one. So I don't want to be a liar. Okay, sink is looking good. We're gonna add a bunch of stuff to the sink here momentarily. In fact, everything on the counter though goes in the dishwasher. So it'll get into the sink, but then right away goes straight out back into the dishwasher once that's done. Okay, perfect. Beautiful. All right. Last guesses, get them in. Last guesses. We're finishing up. Hey! Mish is here. Hold on. We're gonna come over here and say hi. We're just finishing a Game of Words on stream. We did real good. We did real good on that one. Friends, we're finished. We're finished up with our words on stream today, I think. All right. Mish, welcome in. So close indeed. I'm glad we didn't make it, because then we'd have to do another one. Oh wait, hold on. It's counting down. but that was off. We're not. Hold on. Do I really want to lose? We're going to lose progress in your match. Yup, that was. We shouldn't have started the match. It's okay. Hold on. Let's come back. Where's OBS? There it is. Education. Welcome in. Tautinsk. Welcome in. Reggie, thank you for hanging out today. Lovely to chat. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I know it is evening for you. Friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer Mishmish. Do we have a, we gotta do shout out at MIS. Hold on. Here. MISH. MISH. There they are. Okay. Got it. There we go. Okay. Hold on. Send. There it is. Hey, look at that. If you were hanging out here, there's a shout out from Mishmish in chat. Friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer. I have something for you. It's a new sound drop. Are you ready? You ready? Here it goes. Go Birds! It's me. It's actually my voice yelling. Go Birds! But welcome. Friends who are hanging out here, please go follow Mishmish. As I mentioned, a fellow food and drink streamer, member of the Food and Drink Creator Club, also fellow I would say fellow lovely human, but that implies a lot about myself that I'm not willing to go out on a limb for, but a lovely human, period. Period, as the kids say. Nobody says that anymore. Fuck, I'm old. Anyway, welcome in. If you're new to the stream, thing number one, follows are silent, so there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you if you hit the follow button. If you're a lurker and you just like to lurk and not be perceived in a stream, welcome in. We'd love to see it. That is how I prefer to experience Twitch. Anyway, if you want attention, please say hi in chat. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer and tester. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. Go Birds. I'm not a Philadelphia fan, but I'm not a Eagles fan, but go Birds. I don't care about football, but I'm glad that you do. Anyway, I love it when the Eagles win because the city's happier and it's a better place to live. Anyway, I do root for the Birds in that regard. What was I saying? Anyway, the stream is all about cooking. It's a cooking stream. It's not an instructional stream. We're not teaching you how to cook. We're just chatting while I am cooking, and you can ask questions and we can talk about it. So think about it like you're sitting at the kitchen counter, just chatting, whatever the topic is. We move from topic to topic, and that's all very good. A lot of folks are enthusiastic about the culinary world. We do meal prep. We do vegetable forward family meals. We do recipe development on stream. I also get out and do IRL stuff. And as I said, follows are silent, so enjoy your lurk if you're hanging out. Angry Orc, welcome in. Hello. Hey, 160 check-ins. That's the Cookie Club entry. That's also 10,004 check-ins. We hit 10,000 check-ins on stream today. Isn't that cool? I think it's pretty cool. All right, here's where we're at today. We're doing a big old meal prep. We already did fully prepped Sloppy Joes. I have then chopped a bunch of onions. I chopped a bunch of garlic. I packed the Sloppy Joes up. I chopped the potatoes. I chopped the carrots. I combined the spices. I chopped the chicken breasts. I chopped the chicken thighs. I added the chorizo. I did the chorizo. We did the chorizo. This in the back here, the timer is done on here. So this has been cooking for 7 hours at this point. This is behind me. Here is a slow cooker, crock pot slow cooker. That's going to be for dinner tonight, but we need to package all this stuff up first, which is what you see, plus a bunch of that you don't see. So here's what we're going to do. We have all of our weights of what goes in what per bag. We have 3 different recipes prepped, 3 batches of each recipe. So we have 9 meals on the counter, 3 of each. We have 3 recipes, 9 total meals, 3 of each. Makes sense? It makes sense to me. I don't know if I'm phrasing that in a way that makes sense to everyone. But if I say it enough times in different ways, maybe one of them will land. Okay, so here's what we're going to do first, though. We have several cans to open. So we're going to open all of our cans first because we can. That's a free dad joke. You can have that one. Anyway, we have a bunch of cans to open up. Cans, jars, boxes of things. let's do that first. Get all these open, and then we're going to start our assembly process. So the assembly process is pretty straightforward. We're just going to put all the ingredients in a bag. That's literally it. Once those are in a bag, we're going to lay that bag flat as we can get it, and we're going to put that bag in the freezer, and we're going to do that 9 times, and then we're going to be finished. And once that's done, we're going to take a look in the crock pot behind me, and then that will be our dinner for tonight. So we have done quite a bit of work on stream today. It's been a good one. We're still have quite a bit to go. But we did all of the prep. We prepped everything. We already made sloppy joes start to finish today. Those are already packed and in the refrigerator. And then everything else is prepped here. I have it by weight. So we have like a big old bowl of chicken breasts, a big bowl of chicken thighs, a big bowl of beef cubes, a big bowl of chorizo. It's all by weight. So we're just I know exactly how much to put in each bag. I don't need to worry about tearing the scale between and like the weights of the bowls because I already know how much it is per bag. So I can just put the bowl on the scale, put it in, and go to the next. We have a big change for my households coming up next week. It is the start of the school year in Philadelphia. So my son is entering 6th grade, and he's starting school, starting school again on Monday. And I just want to I'm recognizing that like it's hard to manage a big old schedule change and food and like making dinner every night, or being responsible for dinner every night, whether or not I'm making it. So I'm doing a bunch of meal prep for basically the next like couple weeks. So we're going to eat obviously the same thing 3 times throughout the course of the next, month or 2 months. But that's okay because hopefully it's good. And if it's not good, well, we only have to eat it 3 times. Actually, to be fair, if it's not good, we only have to eat it 2 more times because we already ate the first one and determined that it wasn't good. So anyway, I'm an optimist. Welcome in. Everything is opened. I'm going to give these jars a shake because I'll forget to do that before I open them. Oh, these are spices, not herbs. These are spices that were left on the counter. Okay, let's get our recipes, and we're just going to start with the beef because that's the biggest bowl, and I can just put all my stuff, all of the rest of my things for the sink in the big bowl. So, instruction number 1: place all ingredients into a large freezer bag, seal, and shake gently to mix. Well, that seems very straightforward. What we're going to do is we're going to take. I should have 2 of these, and I do. These are excellent little devices. Let me show you what these are. These hold a bag. They hold a bag like this. Zoop. Put them on, and they hold it open. And you just put your ingredients in. You just spoon them in or whatever. Becca, I know they are amazing. I have 2. I wish I had more. If I had more, I wouldn't need to hold the 3rd one by hand today. But that's okay. One by hand is better than 3 because I've only got 3 hands, and I need one of them to scoop and another one to wildly gesticulate because I'm 50% Italian. That's how it is. Mishmish says, are you heading back camping again? We are. Not next week, but the following week we'll be doing a big camping prep stream. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what the menu is at this point. Like, let me rephrase that. I have no idea what the menu is at this point, but it's something. But yeah, we'll be doing a big camping prep stream coming up. We have potatoes and carrots. Where's my 3rd bag? Oh, I put it over here. For for the sake of mixing it up, we're going to do carrots and potatoes. And then for variety, we'll do both at the same time. Nope, no, we won't. That's not going to work. Okay. Carrots and potatoes. Now, I measured each of these by weight. So these are all exactly equal, at least as far as I know. Okay, so into here we have the carrots, potatoes, onion. So for the onion, I need 116 grams of onion per bag. So I have 2 containers of onion for all 3 of my things. So we have, yeah. Yes. My mom has 5 sets of hands. I know. Sometimes I feel like I don't have any. Calvin's going to karate, so we have to get a water bottle. Okay. This is good. I told him tonight might be a more fun class because of the testing having just wrapped up. And he's like, today we'll probably be learning a new form.
Calvin said.
Yeah. Okay, what did I say? 116 grams of onion per bag. So I just have this on the scale. So we're going to do 116 grams. When it shows 116 on the scale, that is enough for, wait, no. We don't move the onions, we move the bag. The onions stay on the scale. Now let's see. I'm just going to dump. That was probably a little easier than using my hands. 102. There we go. And 3. And then we have the garlic is next. Oh, shoot. I didn't tear it between. 116 times 2 is 100, 200, 220, 232. 232. Do you like how I did the math with my hands like that? It's pretty good. Okay, this can get set to the side. Now we need garlic. Garlic is 21 grams per bag. So that's slightly less. 14, 18, 22, close enough. Let's see if we can get it right on. 23, nope. 21, and then 24, 21. Okay, garlic is done. We have carrots, we have potatoes, we have onion, garlic, tomato paste, Worcestershire, salt, pepper, thyme, rosemary, all already in the bag. So, not already in the bag. Those are in, what am I assembling? Beef stew. Okay, so this is the beef stew. So here, I haven't measured this yet. Hold on, this is for my onion and garlic. We're going to leave that over there. So I haven't measured the weight of this one yet. So, Sean, welcome in. Hold on. I just tossed that on the other side, and I need this because it is my thing. Pick it up. Sometimes it's like that. Okay, we have 184 grams. What do you need? I already got a water bottle. What are you getting into now? You had a snack after school. Get yourself some grapes or an apple or something. Or like a fruit strip. Don't give me that look. You're going to come back in here. You're going to come back in here after dinner, right? Okay, here. You want to fill your belly with something, grab some of those. Okay, 184 divided by 3 is 61 grams per bag. Okay. 61.3 grams per bag. So close enough. Okay. 61. That's 47. 65. Nope. 60. 62. Close enough. Okay. Do one more. That's 47. 56. 62. And then the rest of this should be 61 grams. So just gonna put that in there. Oh, this smells so good. It smells like Worcestershire, which is what's in it. 56 grams. Well, close enough. Close enough. Okay. And then that was in that bag. Okay, so the only other thing we have to do here is add the beef to this bag. And then once we add the beef, we'll add liquid to this, and then we'll be good to go. The liquid will fill in the crack. I don't want to add the liquid first. I want to add the liquid last. Okay, so the beef is in this big bowl. This is about 6 pounds of cubed beef, pre-cubed beef. So we have 904 grams of beef per bag. I'm going to use a glove for this so that I can just kind of like do the whole thing a lot easier. And yeah, okay, cool. We good. Okay, 904 grams of beef per bag. Scale is tared. Let's go. So I'm putting the meat on top so that when I dump this out into the crock pot, eventually it's the first thing in the crock pot. Okay, that's 897. Let's pick a small piece. 907, close enough. Okay, tear the scale. 0. 1, 2, what did I say? 904? Yeah. I did tear the scale, didn't I? I did. Woo, good. That would be more math. I don't want to do that. We're in 400. So, Abe, welcome in. So much meat. I know. A lot of meat today. I don't even cook beef regularly. Like, beef is not a thing that I generally use. But today is today's a meal prep day, and my partner was like, we were talking about sort of what could be meal prepped and what would be good. She was like, hey, I want like a beef roast, which is what we're making for dinner tonight. And then I was like, oh, what about beef stew? And she was like, oh, I love beef stew. My kid loves beef stew. So we're doing beef for 2 of these meals, which is a lot, which is 2 more meals than I usually use beef for. So, and it is time to add our liquid to this. So we have beef broth. We have 3 cups of beef broth going in each one of these bags. It's 9 cups. This holds 6. I have a thing in the fridge that I used earlier today for the crock pot. So we're just going to go ahead and put this in a big old measuring cup, a 3-cup measuring, or this is a 4-cup measuring cup. So we'll have a cup to spare here. So 3 cups. Now the reason I like to, whenever I do freezer meals, which I haven't done in a long time, let me be clear, I've never done these on stream before. I will probably do these again. I feel myself shifting into more of a meal prep scenario, like this type of thing, this season, this year, not just this season, but like this year, this school year. So I'm probably going to end up doing more of these this school year than I ever have. I know I've always meal prepped, but I definitely feel myself shifting into like crock pot territory, which now I definitely get it. People are like, oh, busy parents must, busy parents love a crock pot. Like, yeah, duh. Right. Beef is expensive. It's very expensive, or more expensive than a lot of things. Partly why I don't usually buy it. The other reason I don't usually buy it is it's higher in cholesterol. It's worse for the planet. So I have beef with beef, but it's not like because it isn't tasty sometimes. So a couple meals over the course of like a year is pretty much like how I experience beef as a primary ingredient. Even living in Philadelphia as someone who is surrounded, nay, besieged by cheesesteaks, I don't usually succumb to beef. Oh, you could sous vide these. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. Hey, fellow food and drink streamer, by the way, Abe in the kitchen. I don't think I said that. I've lurked on your channel before. Welcome in. So this is a meal. This is a crock pot meal. It is fully formed and ready to go. What we're gonna do with this is kind of give it a little zhuzh, get it like relatively flat. Now, the reason I use, the reason anybody should be using new bags for this is because they seal. They don't have any holes in them. You'll note that this is not one of the super crappy old bags that I have. So we're gonna sit this on the counter. There's one. Let's do two. Hold on, I'm gonna get this like that. These are brand new plastic bags also. Like I haven't done any, I haven't gone out on a limb and tried these with an old bag. North Jersey, super close. I take the Amtrak. Whenever I go up to New York, I take the Amtrak, and like my coffee doesn't even get cold on the train. It's literally the best. North Jersey, super close. Totally. That'd be fun. I do love a collab. And I love the like, I say I love a collab as if I've like done any of them. I enjoy experiencing them as a viewer. I've done one, and that was an IRL stream down to the Southeast Asian market in the city here. But yeah, it'd be awesome. I would be happy to do that. Let's how do I remember that? How do I remember that? I feel like I need to do a command remind in chat and remind myself of that. But I will in just a moment here. Okay, so here we're doing. This is how quickly these come together once they're all like prepped. Now this meal itself is, again, like just you put this in the crock pot just like it is. You thaw it first. You are supposed to thaw them. You can do it without thawing them. Which I admittedly I do. They just take a little longer. And freezing it is freezing it's the easy part. So there we go. There's three meals, 3 crock pot meals, totally ready to go. I could put one of those in the crock pot right now. 4 hours from now, it'll be ready to eat. Easy enough, right? Let's do the next 3. The next 3 are, let's do the chicken and chorizo, because that has more ingredients than the other ones. So I'm clearing as much off the counter at once as possible. The biggest bowl, that goes first, So, hold on. Here's how we Do you label the bags? Well, I will label the bags. Yeah. Although these will be very easy to tell the difference between, because they'll be different colors. One will be beef, one will be orange, one will be red. So I'm not. There we go. I'm not super worried about labeling them. Becca, I love making freezer stuff like this too, and I wish I did more of it. This is a great idea for a baby. Of course, you have to ask the people, do you have a crock pot? Because if they don't, it's sort of a like, what am I supposed to do with this situation? I just made on stream a couple weeks ago meals for a friend who did just have a baby. They said they loved it. They ate. I don't think they're finished eating all of it yet, but they ate a bunch. And then just last week, she messaged me and was like, "Hey, we have a bunch of like fresh baked bread. Do you want like a loaf of bread?" And I was like, "Hell yeah, I want a loaf of bread." So that was a nice little trade-off. Okay, this one is the chicken thighs. So the chicken thighs were 2 pounds of chicken thighs straight up. This is a chicken chorizo. It has onion, garlic, tomatoes. So this is we have the tomatoes here. Oh no, these are not the right tomatoes for this one. I have the wrong tomatoes. Okay, so these are the tomato puree cans, these. So we have chicken chorizo, those go in last. Onion and garlic, tomatoes, spices, and that's it. Okay, so we need onion and garlic in here first. That's it. Okay, again, with the onion, we have this done up by weight. So this is 116 grams per bag. Super straightforward. Yeah, Dutch oven definitely works. I mean, I feel like the other thing too is like for a freezer, a crock pot meal, yeah, you can just cook it in any regular pot and it'll take a lot less time. Like you can just cook it. Any of these you could put in a regular Dutch oven, a regular pan, whatever, on medium, and it would be fine. Just cook it low on the stove and like good to go. Okay, so that was 20. So I need 96 grams out of my next container. Okay, 96 grams. Oh no, I lost a few on the counter. No good. So each of these recipes that I had called for the same amount of onions. Which was super straightforward. Abe, I love prepping. Like meal prep is one of my favorite things. Mainly, oh shit, I said 96 grams, didn't I? I'm up farther than that. There we go, 94. 96, beautiful. And then this one we do 116 because we're in a new container. Got it. Anything that I can do math with and like just have it work in an easy way, I love it. I love doing it that way. And I'm big into using the scale. Anywhere I can use the scale is makes me very happy. Cito, welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday, Junior. And welcome in. What's good, as they say. Nobody says that. I'm sorry. ND Fit, fellow streamer. I was gonna say fellow food and drink streamer. I was gonna say like fellow workout enthusiast, but like I don't do that on stream because I don't. We should have that. Should we have that as a channel point reward? We should have that as like a collective channel point reward where like I like work out on stream. Because I work out all the time. I love it. It is, in fact, the best part of my day almost every day. But we don't do that on stream. Philly things and stuff. Hey, I got a sound for you. Are you ready? Go Birds! Go Birds. Again, not a football fan, but like when we live in the city, we do what we need. We're meal prepping today. MD Fit is a friend of the stream, fellow local, local-ish. I haven't worked out on stream in years. I'm a fraud. No, you're not. That's fine. I bet you doing a workout stream is like, weird is not the right term. There's a fine line between like highlighting a workout and then just like sweating in pain. I'm a fitness professional and I am tired. Yeah, right. Like if you're doing it for work, you don't want to come home and then do that. I'm not doing it for work. I'm doing it at 5 a.m. at Planet Fitness, which is like, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, friends who are hanging out here, ND Fit, as I mentioned, friend of the stream, workout professional / art streamer, art streaming. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is a cooking stream. I am a home cook and a recipe developer for work. I do recipe testing also for work, but I don't do that on stream. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy that you're here. We do a lot of cooking and conversation on this stream, which is what we're doing today. We do meal prep. We do vegetable forward family meals. We do baking. We do prep for camping trips. And occasionally we get out in the world and do IRL stuff. Follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you if you hit the follow button. You're just going to follow and enjoy your lurk. If you want attention, just say so in chat and I will give it to you. And the vibe in chat is just the hanging out at your friend's kitchen counter. It's me. Hello, this is my kitchen counter. Basically the camera is where the chair is and I am just making food and we are conversing about whatever it is that comes up. So welcome in. Nice to have you. Today we're doing a big meal prep. We are doing freezer meals. So these are, I have 3 right here that are ready to go. I have Sloppy Joe already in the fridge that is cooked to packaged. It's cooling down. I am doing beef stew. So 3 batches of beef, 3 meals worth of beef stew. Right now I'm prepping, I'm packaging 3 meals worth of chicken chorizo stew. Then we're going to then we're going to pack 3 meals worth of chicken tikka masala. We will have a total of 12 meals prepped today for the next like month or so. When we're finished that, we're going to take a look at what's in this crock pot back here, which is a beef roast that's for dinner tonight, which did not go into the freezer. So that's what we're doing. What am I doing right now? So into this bag, I have onions and garlic. In this container, I have my cumin, paprika, oregano, salt, pepper, a bunch of other spices that I tossed in here that I literally forget what I put in here. It was a lot. There was probably some cayenne, some cumin, some other things. And then this has tomato paste. So we're going to put the chicken in these bags. Then we're going to put the dry stuff. Then we're going to put a can of tomato puree per bag. And then we're going to zip it up, flatten it out, and we'll be done with this one. Okay, but we have a big old bowl of chicken thighs. This I already weighed. This is 2 pounds of chicken thighs per bag, which is weird because I didn't do it by grams, but I do know that this was exactly 6 pounds. I was trying to figure out how to measure it, and I was like, oh, it's exactly 6 pounds. We'll just go with that. And I didn't convert it to grams, so we're doing it by the stupid old pound system, which is worthless. Anyway, see the screen for reference. We love the metric system here. Yay, grams. Anyway, we're going to do 2 pounds worth of chicken thighs per batch. Before I finish with this gloved hand, I do need to mix this bowl a little bit because I forgot to mix this. This is a mix of chicken breasts and chicken thighs, and I said I was going to mix it and I didn't mix it. So like I need to do that. Anyway, first thing I need to do is get these chicken thighs into these bags without causing a giant mess here. But we're going to do 2 pounds of this. So for my little family that I am cooking for, which is myself, my partner, and our son, who is 11, this is 2 pounds of meat is plenty. That is a good amount. We will have, this will be enough for a meal plus leftovers. Also, fact, I need to put the chorizo in here. I cannot forget that. I feel myself forgetting it. Is that weird? It is. I don't know. Abe, I hope you enjoy your iced matcha. That sounds great. I've never actually had an iced matcha. I don't think I've ever ordered a matcha. Have I ordered one? I don't think I've ordered one in like a coffee shop. I feel like, when have I had them before? I know they're really good. Someone made one for me at their house one time. Yeah. Okay. I'm like, when did I experience this? I am a black coffee drinker myself, which is good or bad depending on how you look at it. Oh, best matcha of my life in Puerto Rico. Hell yeah. I hope you're enjoying Puerto Rico. It is, I have not been. I have a couple friends in my life who go regularly, who have family there, and have nothing but good things to say. When you say plus, it means it's for 2 meals. Yeah, it is. So each of this is probably, I don't want to say this is 2 whole meals. This is not exactly 2 meals. This is basically like a meal plus lunch. So I'm looking at this as a way. Pause. Do I need this again? No. I'm looking at this as like, these are meals plus I can pop these in my kid's thermos for lunch if he wants. My partner might do might take like a pint container of this to work, that type of thing. So I am remembering to mix the chicken, as I said I would. So this is now mixed, not super, like, I don't know, it is what it is. All right, we're gonna, not that it matters so much, but we're gonna switch gloves between the chorizo and the chicken and the chorizo. And we have the chorizo. We're on it. We're clearing the counter too, which, like, if you hang out here long enough, one of my favorite things is like having a very full counter and then just like getting rid of all this stuff. Chorizo is 285 grams per bag. So we've tared our scale. Now this, as I'm putting it in, I'm going to like break it up with my hand just a little bit, because this is like chorizo sausage. I didn't pre-cook this, so I'm a little worried isn't the right term. I'm curious how it's going to cook, because the recipe itself calls for pre-cooked chorizo. So, it is, we're going on an adventure. It is spicy chorizo, Matthew. Miniature build project, clay and paint everywhere. Hell yeah. No, I get that. I always feel bad when I end stream. Sometimes I'm just done. I'm very much done interacting. Often when I end stream, I'm very much done. Which is part of the reason why streaming is great, because you can literally just stop and then you're done and it's over and you're like, hey. Whereas like if you're at a party, you're like, hey, I'm done socializing, but there's still people here. Anyway, enjoy. But I'm assuming that this will be fine when I break it up. 285 grams per bag, empty bowl. Beautiful. God, I love math. I don't. I actually hated math in school, but I love it now because it makes my life easier. All right, so we have chicken thighs, chorizo, onion, garlic, cumin, paprika, oregano. So all the spices and herbs need to go in now. So we're going to add, let's see, we need to tare my scale. Tare. 171 grams in here, so we do 171 divided by 3. 171 divided by 3 is 57 grams per bag. Let's do it. Hey, if the stream stops, it's because it's pouring rain here. There's lightning and thunder, and I can't help whether or not the electric goes out. And if the electric goes out, we'll see you at the next one. Because if the electric goes out, I'm not going to wait to finish this. And, oh, I broke my thing. No, I didn't break my thing. It just came out of the slot. Oh, thank God. Okay, what do they say? 57 grams? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so, yeah, Abe, it should be fine. I feel like the fat will render exactly. Like, and it's just, my thought on this one was, one, I couldn't find the chorizo that they're calling for. So they were calling for the chorizo that's in like a pre-cooked like ring, essentially. It's like pre-cooked chorizo. You know, it comes in like a little fully sealed vacuum pack. And I just couldn't find that in the store. I didn't look very hard, to be fair. I mean, I looked very hard in one store and they didn't have it. So I got raw chorizo. I didn't pre-cook it. It'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm more curious about whether or not... I'm curious about mainly what the fat will do. Because it's definitely going to be more fat. That's all. The storm is insane right now. Yeah, it's hitting. And it's like up and down the East Coast. So if you're getting it there, I'm assuming you're getting it pretty much the same exact thing. Pause. 28 ounces of tomatoes. Okay, great. So we add a 28 ounce can to each of these bags. I'm gonna add the can. I'm gonna like seal each bag after adding the can because I don't want them to like flop over and get weird. It's like a paste. Yeah, they wanted just like a pre-made, like pre-sealed, pre-cooked, like totally done chorizo situation. Need to go to a Mexican grocery store. I just need to go to Wegmans, honestly. I went to, well, they didn't have it at Reading Terminal Market, which is where I do most of my shopping. I knew they wouldn't have it there. I got this chorizo at Reading Terminal, and my thought process was, I'm going to go to Reading Terminal. I'm going to look. I know they're not going to have it. I have to go to Fresh Grocer anyway. So we're going to go to Fresh Grocer. And if they have it there, I'll freeze the chorizo that I bought at Reading Terminal and just use it for something else. And if not, then I have it and it's like good to go. Okay. Bag. Bag 1. Bag 2. So we are prepping. Again, all of this is just for meal prep. I'm doing slow cooker meals because energy this at the start of the school year, my energy is going to be pretty low for like coming and cooking dinner, coming home and like cooking dinner and like, you know, I want to reserve. My goal in all of this is to reserve my energy for being available to my son and being available for like after school things that aren't necessarily cooking dinner, because I love to cook dinner. Y'all know that I would cook scratch cooking every night if time and resources were not in it, were not, you know, a barrier. But we're not going to have this every night. This is just for like 1 or 2 nights a week when I know that like I got stuff during the day, and then he has something right after school, and then that evening like I have a PTA meeting or whatever. Like I got three of those a month. Three PTA meetings plus another school meeting. So I have like 4 meetings a month for school, like meeting situation, evening stuff. Not for my school, mind, for Calvin's school. I'm like one of those people that volunteers for shit. I volunteer for shit. I'm a big hand raiser. When someone's like, we need someone to help run the school auction this year. And I'm like, I'll help with that. So I'm in pretty deep with that kind of stuff. So my schedule really ramps up with the involvement when school starts. So we're staring down the face of a very busy fall. So I'm like, let's do some meal prep. And then we'll probably do this again in like a month. The same thing. So when I said that we're going to maybe adjust like the content type of things that we do on stream, like that's what I'm talking about. It's going to be it's going to be more of this type of thing. And less like me cooking like a whole thing. You know what I mean? University of Texas at Dallas is the best university for chess. Do they teach that in school? Is that a thing? I've never actually, I don't know. I play chess. I love it. I enjoy it. I'm not great at it, but I'm an enthusiastic participant and an enthusiastic loser. A gracious loser is how I would describe myself at chess. Oh, Lou, what's your ELO? I don't know. And because I don't know is why I'm not very like good at it. It's not why I'm not very good at it. I'm not good at it because I don't practice and I don't care, but I enjoy it for what it's worth. Okay. Onion and garlic. Next round, onion and garlic. Onions, 116 grams of onions. Again. 116 grams of onions again. Okay. We're gonna assume that that's about right. 91, close enough. 109, 12, 16. Perfect. 116. Tear the scale. Darlene on YouTube says, those are handy bag holders. I agree. I love them. I don't know what brand they are, but I got them a very long time ago, like a really long time ago. They might be Pampered Chef brand, back from when I had friends who did Pampered Chef. Abe says, my only goal was to beat my dad. That's a valid goal. That's a really good goal to have. Especially if your dad's like in any way adept in that world. My dad will play. He's played. He plays without, not necessarily regularly, but I will say recently, it's funny because my son played regularly for a couple months at one point, and like beat me every time. Well, I could not beat him. But chess is kind of sneaky, because it's one of those things where if you don't practice it, you definitely lose your touch. And I play more than he does. And eventually we've hit the point now where I've beaten him a bunch of times in a row. And he's like a little bit salty about it because he used to beat me for every time, and now he doesn't. And he's like, what happened? Okay. We have our onion, we have our garlic. We need to put our chicken in here. Let's get our chicken. So chicken is easy. Again, we just did this by weight. So this is a super, all of the weight, we do a lot of neurotic, not even neurotic. I don't think it's neurotic. I think it's actually quite thorough and organized, but I'm the one doing it. So, chicken breasts. So this bowl, we have 633 grams of meat per bag. 633 grams. So scale is tared and away we go. 4, 5, oh, that's 7. 633, 26, 635. Close enough. Within 2 grams, we're good. 633 grams. Now what's in this bowl right now is a mix of chicken breasts and chicken thighs. Mostly chicken breasts. It's like 3 point some pounds of chicken breasts and then like 1.5 pounds of chicken thighs. Which is why I was mixing it earlier, because it's not all, I had the chicken thighs kind of sitting on top. Monopoly tournaments. They got tournaments for all sorts of stuff. You know, I don't, for as much as I rag on YouTube and I'm like, oh, YouTube is like a bastard, you know, a fucking black hole for time and energy and whatever. Like, you can find some interesting stuff on YouTube. 633. Hot damn. We really nailed the weight on all of these. Very happy with that. Okay, so next in is this melange of tomato, and there's a little piece of paper in here. What is that from? That's probably from a can. Okay, so we need to tare my scale. 184. We do math for the last time. 184 divided by 3 is 61.3 grams per bag. Beautiful. Now this is already mixed up. Say 61.3 grams. 40. 56, 59, 61. All right. And if we're a little off, it's okay. As long as we're within the rough equivalency. I mean, rough. We're like 2 grams off, y'all. This is not rough. We're trying to be pretty precise here. As precise as possible. 51, 58, 64. Nope. Okay. There we go. And then the rest of it will go in here. Matthew, I am not, there's so much on YouTube. There really is. It's like me being like, space is cold. Like, yup, obviously. It is kind of wild. Like, this is the level of instruction. The level of instruction that you can get on YouTube is so granular. Like, every once in a while, my headphones, literally like my Bluetooth headphones, disconnect from my disconnect from my phone, or they did rather not from my phone. They disconnect from each other. And when that happens, there's a YouTube video that I just have bookmarked that's just like a person explaining like how to fix it. And it's like, for these exact model of headphones, this is how you fix it. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, why would you record that? Why would you put that into the world? I'm grateful that they did. But like, why? Well, because their channel's monetized and that video has like 10,000 views. So I guess that's why. All right. We have a jar of tikka masala sauce per bag now, a whole jar. So this is kind of cheating a little bit. Not really cheating. I mean, it is what it is. But we're adding, instead of like making this, making the tikka sauce myself, we're just using a jarred sauce, and that's totally okay. Ventropic, welcome in. Hello. Brought you some soup. Hell yes. I love soup. I'm meal prepping soup right now. So y'all are right on time. Right on time. House Flipper. What's House Flipper? I'm unfamiliar. So thank you for the shout out. Friends who joined us. Let me start by giving you a little admin note. Follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi. If you're a lurker, please enjoy your lurk. Please hit the follow button if you are new to the channel and you like cooking and conversation. Anyway, Crafty Cat, hello, welcome in. Quantum Faye, nice to have you. Welcome. Friends who joined us, Friendtropic is a friend of the stream. Was playing a home renovation game, which sounds kind of nice. I do like the energy of those games. I get why they're so appealing. It's like the power wash, like not the power washer game. It's like any of those things where it's like you just kind of zone out for a little bit, and, and just enjoy doing something for a little while. It's the same reason the only video game really that I ever play, which is Skyrim, that I will spend hours managing my inventory. Anyway, friends who just joined us, welcome in. My name's Lou. This is a cooking stream. That's what we're doing today. We will be here for a little bit more. We're finishing some meal. All right, that should work. Microphone died. We must be around 6 hours. Yup, 6.5 hours. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, my microphone dies somewhere in the 6 to 6 hour range, usually. Sometimes earlier. Depends if I've charged it or not. Sometimes it dies a lot earlier than that. Anyway, this is almost there. We're finishing up. Finishing up with this. Anyway, I was saying I'm prepping a bunch of meals. All of these are crock pot freezer meals. So everything that I'm making right now is for a slow cooker. I also have a meal in the slow cooker behind me. So once we're finished with this, we're going to pull that slow cooker over to the counter here. Actually, am I going to pull it over to the counter? Yeah, I guess I am. Because it's definitely done. We're going to open that up and well, we're going to make sure it's finished. If it's not finished, I don't really know what to do because it's been in there for over 8 hours at this point. It better be done. I'll say that. But we're going to finish this. We're going to put these in the freezer. I don't know if I can actually fit all of these in the freezer. I think I can. This isn't like a scenario of like the little engine that could. Either I can or I can't. There is no like I think I can. I'm pretty sure I can. Caretaker, I used the sauce for udon and meatballs last night. Is it that brand or that specific sauce? I've never seen that brand before. This was new. I haven't seen it before, so curious what your thoughts are. I can't change it now, so if you're like, it was terrible, it tasted bad. Maybe don't tell me that. Just be like, it was fine. If you put it was fine in chat, I'm gonna be like, what do you mean? No, I'm anxious over it. Anyway, I'm not. I can't change it. It's what it is. We have all of our meals ready to go. We did it. These are 9 freezer meals that can be put in the crock pot with no additional ingredients and cooked easily over the course of 4 to 8 hours. We did it. That one's escaping. That was a very successful meal prep. And now, at the end of it, we also have dinner in a crock pot. I thought that making a crock pot meal tonight would be appropriate because I was gonna like meal prep and then make dinner, like make a thing on the stove, but I thought that would be antithetical to the energy that we've collectively had on stream today. So I'm going to attempt to put these in the freezer now. We can see I've cleared out my entire freezer shelf. I've got like a whole freezer space in here ready to go. Now these definitely need to be stored flat. So they need to be stored flat and frozen flat so that they don't take up like weird space. When I say weird space, what I mean is they can very easily, they take up room in the freezer, like obviously a lot of room. And eventually when I'm finished putting these in here, I want to be able to store them vertically so that they're just like straight up and down, you know, as opposed to the direction they are currently. But we're going to put them in here like this right now. And I think I can probably, I don't know if I can get all of these in here in one stack. I'm not concerned about the weight necessarily. I'm concerned about them like maybe tipping in some capacity, sliding, and then getting squished in one area and not being flat. It's more of a concern that they don't stay flat than it is. It's definitely not a concern that they're going to pop from weight anyway. They won't pop from weight. They might end up splitting open if there's too much volume in here, but I don't think that's a huge concern either. Let's see. Can I fit these? You know what I need to do? Hold on. There's 2 things behind here. There's cocktail ice cubes, ice balls, ice ball makers, and then a bottle of vodka that has been in here since, I legitimately don't know. Legitimately have no idea how long that bottle of vodka has been in there. I don't even drink. I haven't drank for over 5 years at this point. Gwen, my partner, whoa, that's heavy, does drink, but I don't even think she knew that was in there. So that's fun. Okay, we're gonna put I'm putting some flat cutting boards in here, just flat plastic cutting boards. And we're gonna put, oh yeah, we're gonna slide these all the way to the back. I think I can fit these. Yes. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I can fit these. I can stack these 2 deep in here, which means I can definitely fit all of these in here. And I did myself a favor yesterday as I was sort of shopping and prepping and cleared out all the space on this top shelf for the explicit reason that I was like, I need I need a lot of space to freeze a bunch of stuff all at once. And I can't figure this out while I'm live. I really need to have it available before I begin. So we did. Excellent. Hell yeah. That is friggin' wild. Look at this. This is nuts. Not nuts. This is what I was going for. We got that. So we have 9 meals stacked in here, plus each of these containers of Sloppy Joe is also a meal. And we made these at the beginning of stream 2. These have cooled down enough that I'm going to put those in here. We're going to find space for this. And if I can't find space for this, we're going to throw out this teeny tiny ice cream pint. Okay, beautiful. Look at that. Hell yeah. All of my stuff, all of my freezer stuff is in the freezer. I can even just sit. I'm just going to sit these. No, I'm not. That would be foolish. I was going to say I'm going to sit these ice balls on top of the thing, but knowing it'll probably mess things up. I'm going to put this vodka in the fridge though. Next time I open the fridge, it'll still be there. Okay, but this is good. We're good. We're stacked. Ah! That, speaking of grace, that was not at all that. That was one of these ice balls protesting me. Here we go. Get in there. Get the fuck in there. Quit messing with it. There we go. Hold on. Let's try this again. And that is how you stock a freezer. Well, that only took 6.5 hours. All right, let's check on dinner. I don't need the scale anymore. And y'all, everything in the sink right now goes in the dishwasher. I have 1 pan of dishes. Everything that's in the sink is dishwasher safe, plus like a ton of recyclable stuff. But like, let's not worry about that. We're not going to think about that. We're not going to deal with that right now. We'll deal with that after stream. But we did it. We made slow cooker chicken tikka masala, beef stew, chicken chorizo stew, sloppy joes, and now let's take a look at this pot roast, because this is finished. And this is the part where I try not to dump this onto the floor. All right. The grand finale. I know, right? This is a pot roast. This is a slow cooker. This is what we're making food to put in. This is the thing that we made food for today. I don't use this very often on stream. It's not super common for me to do slow cooker stuff. Usually when I'm using the slow cooker, it's for pork shoulder, for pulled pork. But today is more. Oh God. Okay. All right. This is a slow cooker full of potatoes, carrots, onions, beef. Too hot to put directly on the counter. Well, fortunately, it's got feet underneath of it. Here is your overhead view of that. We're gonna come over here and let's pretend like it's still plugged in. Here, we'll move the keyboard too. Yay. Can we zoom? Can we zoom? We can zoom. Here we go. This is your overhead view. I have literally not opened this, not one moment since putting it in. We got 2 big old pieces of beef in here. Well, it was 1 piece of beef. Now it's 2 because I cut it so I could sear it and season it, and so that it would cook a little faster. This is let's see. Will this fall apart? Yeah. Hell yeah. Look at that. Look at that go. Jesus. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. That is a really nice piece of meat right there. Kelly, welcome in. Fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream, Kelly B. Kelly, what was good on your stream today, other than the food and your personality and community and production quality? That was more like, hey, what's good question than a literal. Anyway, I'm very literal. Sorry. Shart says, do you eat it with mashed potatoes or rice? There are potatoes and carrots underneath of here, so I'm going to leave this in the crock pot just like it is on warm for the next 25-30 minutes because Gwen and Calvin are out at karate still. But I wanted to open it, and I wanted to open it and see if it was cooked. It is. I wanted to see if it was good, which we'll try. We'll try here. Friends, welcome in. Nice to have you. Oh, that's the wrong cat. Jesus, don't look at the sink. Don't look at the sink. Shit. Hey, that's better. This isn't a thing of dirty dishes. This is a crock pot with delicious beef. I just switched to the wrong camera. Don't look. Anyway, when I was like, there's a lot in the sink. It's fine. So yeah, I'm going to scrape the onions off the top of this. Oh my God. That is literally just falling apart and delicious. So let's scrape the onions off the top. Underneath of here, we have baby carrots, which are definitely finished. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. They were very hot. They were very hot. And I can't spit it out because that would be awkward. I can't chew it. There we go. Okay. I was holding that carrot between my teeth and not letting it touch anywhere in my mouth. Because I was like, if this touches anywhere, I'm gonna get burned. Oh, okay. That was pretty good. Carrots are definitely cooked. Let me skewer a potato out of here. There we go. We got a potato. Yeah, this is definitely and this is in fat and beef broth. I put 1 cup of beef broth in here. That's it. There's just 1 cup. So, Matthew says, does Calvin like this type of food or will he be bummed out? No, he'll eat this. This is like prime. This is good. He will be very happy with this, but I am also very happy with this. I'm not going to pull this out of here yet because I just want to let it when I pull this out, I want to pull out like a big chunk of beef and serve it and then scoop the carrots out from underneath. What I'll probably do when I serve this is take both hunks of beef fully out of here and put them in on a plate, and then just scoop the carrots and potatoes out of here with a slotted spoon. And I might make a gravy out of the stuff in here, just like a really quick pan gravy, whip it with some flour and heavy cream or something in a pan, literally a 5-minute gravy. So we'll see. Caretaker, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate seeing you. And y'all who are hanging out today, 1, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. 2, it's been a tough summer for me. It was a lot of weird schedule stuff, a lot of changes, a lot of camp starts at 7:30, camp starts at 9, camp starts at 10, camp ends at 2, camp ends at 3, camp ends at 4. Who knows? We had stuff on the weekends. We had tons of stuff during the week. I chaperoned field trips, multiple field trips for different camps. We had stuff where the parents attended camp. So it was tough. Part of the goal, my goal for fall, so from from this point moving forward is to be a little bit more consistent. I do this every year. I go through summer. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to like do summer and be parenting and all of that. The fall, though, the schedule is much more consistent. So I'm very much looking forward to having that consistent schedule again, where I can be like, hey, Tuesday and Thursday are stream days for the most part. You know, Tuesday and Wednesday are stream days, whatever that looks like. Mostly it will probably look like it did last year, where like Tuesday and Thursday are normal stream days. It's like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are like my core days that I have available. Monday is hard. Monday is hard. Friday is hard. So, Glove says, I just started paying attention. This looks like a good looking pot. It is a good looking pot. We love this pot. It is actually quite a lovely crock pot. That said, I was talking about scheduling. Next week, let me take a look at what the actual schedule looks like, because I do believe that I have scheduled streams out through the end of October. So it looks like next week is a Tuesday, Thursday week. That's the goal anyway. There may be, I have some work. I have some recipe testing work that I need to actually do next week. So it might, if I don't get that done on Monday, I might need to do that on Tuesday because it's due on Wednesday. So if I don't do Tuesday, we will do Wednesday and Thursday. But I should be pretty consistent. Tuesday, Thursday next week. I got Wednesday, Thursday the following week. We'll be doing Cookie Club that week. I have Tuesday, Thursday the next week. I got Wednesday, Thursday the following. We also have the Mushroom Festival coming up, the Kennett Square Mushroom Festival. We were there last year. Hoping that anyway, should be a better broadcast this year. Facts. We also have Renaissance Fair coming up in the end of September. So September is big. 2 big IRL streams. We have the Mushroom Festival, Renaissance Fair. We're live probably twice a week, basically until Thanksgiving. That's the goal. I will be posting that on the calendar. I'll be posting that on my schedule page on Twitch. I'll be posting it in Discord. I can't always guarantee that it will have the right dates on it, but look at when it was posted, and if it says Tuesday, it means this coming Tuesday. If I posted it yesterday and it says Thursday the 13th, that really just means that it's Thursday the 20th. So sorry. Do they have winter camp? No, they just have school. It's there's no camps throughout the winter. There's like after school care. There's all sorts of stuff. But generally speaking, we don't do camp in the fall, winter, or summer. No, we only do camp in the summer. When you say we, that means chat. Yes, I mean collectively. So if I'm live, it's a we, because if I'm not live, then I'm just, who the hell am I talking to? Right? But generally speaking, I like to say we because it is all of y'all in chat. It's not just me. When I hang out at my friend's house, they're the ones cooking, but we are sitting there together. And that's how I look at it here. Okay. So speaking of we, though, we need to find somewhere to go today. I think I have a good place for us. But I'm checking my, oh, you know what? I always want to check. I just remembered. There's a, in the Discord, sometimes I see folks on the community live channel or community live that I don't in my general following. Okay, now all I saw this folks. Okay, cool. All right. I think that we are going to keep it in the food and drink category today. And I hope that's okay with y'all. We are going to go raid. Who are we going to raid today? I think we're going to raid into the Food and Drink Creator Club today, which I love doing. When you're not live, you're making a YouTube video. No, unfortunately, that is also not true. I love YouTube, but I'm woefully not great at making YouTube videos. Okay, anyway, we are going to raid Loyally. Loyally says, I'm an Onyx Dragonette who lives in a cottage somewhere in Canada. My streams are a mashup of games I like to play, food I like to cook, and things I like to make. Thanks for popping by. Loyally is a VTuber and has a bunch of shallots out on the counter and a beautiful looking Dutch oven and a really nice Santoku knife. Oh, okay, I want that knife. Sorry, getting off track. Anyway, Loyally is a member of the Food and Drink Creator Club. There's a link to that in chat. If you are a food and drink creator, please click. You should join. It's great. And let's see. Are we? Yeah. Where is it? Okay. How do I raid? I know this. I'm not guys, y'all. I know how to raid. That was just a joke. Anyway. If you are, speaking of YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much. I appreciate you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you come back. Please hit the subscribe button. That'll help remind you to come back. Thanks. Nice to have had you. Ding, stream is done.